You see Commissioner Goins in the waiting room? What do you need? The Planning Commission meeting for the City of Wilmington, December 1st, 2021, is called to order. Will you rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Attorney, do we have a quorum tonight?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. During this meeting, a designated staff person will run the Zoom aspect so that each commissioner can focus on the meeting and not the technology. All Planning Commission members should mute their microphones. We have 3 joining us virtually. When they are not speaking, ensure there's no background noise and that computer alerts are silenced. Keep your cameras on for the duration of the meeting, except during announced breaks. When you wish to speak, raise your hand physically and wait for the chair to call on you. Then unmute themselves before speaking. Talking over each other will cause excessive delays. If you get disconnected, if a commissioner gets disconnected from the meeting, we'll briefly pause to bring them back. All matters requiring commission action shall be presented to the Planning Commission by the planning staff and the applicant. In situations where the planning staff is the applicant, there will be only one presentation. Staff will be limited to 5 minutes to make the presentations and shall make the first presentation. Applicant will be limited to 5 minutes to give their presentation and will present after the staff presentation. And who is our timer tonight? Mr. Satterfield, thank you. To maintain an orderly meeting, all presentations shall proceed without interruption unless the commission desires to intervene with questions or comments. If you're here for the public hearing, I want to let you know that the chair will open the public hearing for those physically present wishing to speak about an item. Those in favor of an item shall be heard first, followed by those opposed. A 10-minute time limit will be allowed for public comment in favor, and a 10-minute comment time will be allowed for public comment in opposition to an item. So keep that in mind when you're presenting your public comments. When the hearing opens, a staff member will track the 10 minutes, Mr. Satterfield, for both statements in favor of and opposed to the item. The staff member will raise their hand at the 5-minute mark, the 1-minute mark, and verbally call time when it expires. And all groups, organizations, neighborhoods, or similar associations desiring to comment are asked to appoint one spokesperson to present their concerns or point of view to the commission on each agenda item. The public has been encouraged to submit their comments in writing via a web-based form as well. All comments received before 3 p.m. today were forwarded unedited to the members of the Planning Commission. The public comment form can be found on the Planning Commission website. All comments received will be delivered to all members of the Planning Commission and City Council. All comments received will be made available to the public if requested. If additional time remains from the initial 10-minute public comment periods, the chair in their discretion may read some or all of the submitted written comments. Time for reading submitted comments will be limited to any remaining balance for comments in support or in opposition of an item. In addition, or in alternative, the chair at their discretion may give a summary of the number of comments in favor, against, and neutral to an item. All votes will be roll call votes. After proper motions are made and consistency statements read into the record, the chair will call each member by name. Each member should clearly state their vote, aye or nay, one at a time. After votes are cast, the chair will state the outcome of the vote and the action. This process requires extra patience and extra time. The chair should be prepared to frequently restate comments and questions and ask for a green light to move on. Rezoning requests that receive an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission may be appealed by the applicant to the Wilmington City Council. Appeals should be in the form of a letter submitted to the city clerk within 10 days of this hearing. All appeals for all items heard tonight will be heard at the first city council meeting in January of 2022. Commissioners, you had the minutes from the November 4th meeting in your packet. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Lennon has moved to approve the minutes for November 4th. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we'll go ahead and take a voice vote on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And before we move on to the new business, item number 4 is a conditional district rezoning, and it's my understanding that the applicant wishes to withdraw. So can I get a motion to move this to the beginning of our agenda? Item number 4 it is. Yeah, just say to move it. To the-
Make a motion to move item 4 to item 1,
Or just before item 1, yeah.
before
Thank
item
you.
1.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Sharp with the second. All in favor? We'll take a voice vote on this one as well. All in favor of moving agenda item 4 to the beginning of our agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have the applicant here for item number 4.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Cindy Wolf, and I'm representing the owners of the property at Carlton Avenue. And it's just, we are choosing to withdraw the petition altogether. We understand that if there was anything in the future, we would have to start all over again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I would have any comments or questions, or can we take a motion, get a motion for the withdrawal of item number 4?
I move we accept the withdrawal.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we'll take another voice vote on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item number 4 is withdrawn. All right, item number 1 is a conditional district rezoning of property containing 1.82 acres located at 3380 and 3400 Masonboro Loop Road to rezone from O&I CD to MFL CD for a 16-unit residential townhome development. And our staff presentation will be Mr. Brian Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On October 5th, City Council voted to remand this item back to this commission to allow the commission to review the changes that were made to the proposal following the last time you heard this. The applicant made several changes to the site plan, including a reduction in building height, enhanced buffer yard plantings, and a modified design for stormwater management. And I'm just going to, since it's been a few months, I'm just going to briefly go through the presentation I gave you back in September. The site is located on the west side of Masonboro Loop Road, just south of Andrews Reach and across from Fire Station number 15. And the site is approximately 1.9 acres in size and is currently vacant. Again, this is the large extent map to show you the site in the context of the surrounding area. We have several photos of the site for Masonboro Loop Road and properties across the street. And then some additional photos for properties that surround the proposed rezoning. In August of 2018, City Council rezoned this property from R15 to O&I Conditional District for a commercial district mixed-use project. That project included 2 office structures with 5 residential units. In September of 2020, council approved a modification to that district to amend the building elevations and modify a condition prohibiting amplified music. This is the current site plan that is approved for this property. Each building was approved for 2,400 square feet of non-residential on the ground floor and 2 residential units above. A 5th residential unit was approved above a detached garage. The non-residential residential uses were limited to professional offices and personal services. This is the proposed site plan. This site plan has been modified since you'd last seen it in September. The applicant again proposes to rezone this to a since the code changed, it's now a medium-density multi-dwelling conditional district, which is our new MD10 district, actually came into effect today for a 16-unit townhome development. The applicant submitted revised plans for elevations. They reduced the height from 2.5 to 2 stories. They enhanced the buffer yard plantings along the northern and southern property lines, and that includes, I believe, Leland cypress every 16 feet within those buffers. And then they modified the designs for stormwater management. The original proposal included an infiltration basin in the rear of the site. That has since been removed. On-site stormwater is now proposed to be handled via pervious pavement and in-ground infiltration. The in-ground infiltration, any excess in-ground infiltration would be routed out to Masonville Loop Road to the pipe system in that right-of-way. The site must meet standards for exceptional design for the proposed density and impervious coverage, and the applicant has submitted an exceptional design narrative that shows compliance with those standards. The site would have access by a full access driveway on Masonville Loop Road. Masonville Loop Road, again, is currently operating above its design capacity. There would be an increase in traffic associated with this change. The applicant has included options to mitigate the impact of this rezoning request. That information is included in attachment 7 of your report. There's an approved trail project along Masonville Loop Road, which includes curb and gutter on the west side of Masonville Loop Road and a multi-use path from Andrews Reach down to Navajo Trail. A minimum 20-foot vegetative buffer is required, like I said, on the northern and southern property lines. Existing significant trees on the site. There's a 2 38-inch oaks, a 32-inch pecan, a 48-inch pecan, and a 60-inch oak, and all of those will be preserved. Again, this is a comparison between what the current CD currently is allowed for, allows, and on the far right column is what's being proposed this evening. Here are the proposed elevations that the applicant has provided. The property is located across the street from an established neighborhood node. The comprehensive plan calls for development within existing neighborhood nodes to be consistent with the design elements of nearby structures and enhance the overall character of the area. There are a number of non-residential uses, including a fire station and a shopping center with restaurants, retail, and services located across the street. The proposed rezoning may serve as a compatible transition between this established commercial area and the existing low-density residential uses to the, I guess, the west, yes. So staff believes this proposal is generally consistent with our comprehensive plan. We believe the request is reasonable in the public interest, and we are recommending approval. I would be happy to answer any questions you have, and the applicant is prepared to make a presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Any questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Lennon?
Mr. Chambers, could you go back to that previous slide that had the grid on it? The comparison grid?
Yes, sir.
So that says 35 feet. I thought it was 26 in the package.
That is correct. It is not 35 feet. It is 26.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good catch. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you.
And the applicant's here?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening again. I'm Cindy Wolf, here on behalf of the applicant and the developer. And I'll give just a brief, recap of everything that has gone on also. As you're aware, and Brian pointed out, we're at a node that is, in our opinion, perfect for a little bit of enhanced density of residential development. That's not me. And again, what we're doing is actually downzoning it from an office and institutional, generally considered a commercial zoning district, to what will become multiple dwelling, a multifamily attached product of townhomes, although they will be townhomes which are individually owned. Everything else is then limited or common area. Sorry. As Brian pointed out, this is what is currently approved, and if you look at where those pecan trees are and the amount of development behind the pecan trees, you will see that the actual site plan, the only difference in it is the addition of these two buildings, units 7, 8, and then 9, 10, and 11. So we still are leaving a good bit of this site undeveloped, unused in the back. And I think what has occurred over the course of time between this project, or this board's review of this site, is that we listened to what was said that night, that we were denied at a 4-3 vote. And we reduced the height. We took away the dormers that were in it. We are limiting it to that 26-foot that Mr. Lennon pointed out, which is certainly no higher than any of the buildings around it in the adjacent neighborhood. We have also looked very closely at the stormwater for the entire area, the basin here. I'll save for rebuttal if stormwater questions come up, and I know the staff has Mr. Gordon here to talk about it. But what we found was any problems with drainage in this area were of no fault of this project or these lands. That being said, we still worked closely with the engineering department on a preliminary basis. We are not going to do anything in the back corner as far as an infiltration basin. We have great soils testing for the area where the development actually is. So a combination of having all of the pavement surfaces be of a porous material, and then the roof drainage will be directed, again, within the development area to just small basins around it or infiltration basins around the pavement. Any overflow from that for a storm design that would be in excess of what we're required to design by will be directed to the piped system in Masonboro Loop Road. So we believe that with the height of the buildings, with the stormwater management, with everything that was the hot topics of concern at the meeting back with you, and then to a certain extent at the City Council meeting, we have addressed all of those things. We continue, let's see, just again in a little bit larger format, the preliminary architectural style of the building with that condition that that it would be a maximum of 26 foot of height. All in all, we continue to support the housing crisis that is in the city of Wilmington by proposing this type of development. And when it all comes down to it, certainly increased housing by infill development on an underutilized site, it does foster a prosperous and thriving economy. This is location efficient based upon the commercial node at those just across the street, and providing additional housing options is a suitable transition between the existing mixed use across the street, the fire department, and these adjacent residential areas. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions, but we hope this time around you will again agree with the staff's support that this is consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Goins?
Yeah, I have a question or a concern. I understand getting rid of the infiltration basin and going to the pervious pavement was one of the desires in this change, and keeping the large trees, but having those large trees right next to pervious pavement, I mean, they're going to be dropping leaves. So I think if you're going to use this system, we need to include some sort of maintenance package with it. It has to be known that this pervious pavement, with having these trees dropping leaves on it, it has to be maintained or it won't operate as designed. So that's kind of, when I see this, typically you don't want trees like that near a pervious pavement system. That's kind of a concern I see looking at this.
We are certainly aware of the maintenance requirements of the porous pavement. That comes through during the detailed design and stormwater permitting process that the city has, and there is a very succinct maintenance portion of that permitting that is part of the permit. So certainly,
Okay.
we're aware of that, and it is thought of, the city engineering department oversees it.
Okay, yeah, as long as that's known and the city's going to keep track of it, I'm okay with that. It's just something that I see that typically doesn't work well.
There's a vacuuming schedule. There is also,
Okay.
and what will happen is when the developer sells the adequate number of units, it'll get turned over to the homeowners association, but it is all very documented.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick one. This is where I thought Commissioner Goins was going. The trees, do the infiltration system, does that impact the roots, the root system of the trees? They're very mature out there.
The tree canopies that I've shown in this exhibit are bumped up so that, generally speaking, they are the drip line that you can see in the aerial photographs. I'm not, making them bigger, making them smaller, whatever. Certainly, part of the construction design process and the grading around them is going to be important. If there needs to be any fill near the drip line, there are methods by which you can put the corrugated plastic pipe, and as long as air is getting to the roots, there are methods to make sure that we're doing the best we can to preserve those trees. The preservation of those trees is one of the conditions that we've agreed to in this. So whatever needs to happen to preserve those trees, we'd have to be back before you again if we could not preserve them during the detailed design. So the ones in the back, I see no problems with whatsoever. Certainly the pecans, they're very high canopy trees, so it isn't, they'll be worked around that way. But as far as the porous pavement, obviously it lets the water into the ground. As long as the tree roots have the air, they certainly have enough moisture around them if we're using the rain gardens and the other methods of the low-impact design that we'll have to use, again, as a condition to get the extra credits above and beyond the 25% impervious surfaces.
Thank you. And I appreciate how far down the road you are with your stormwater planning. All right. Oh, Commissioner Woodruff.
Ms. Wolf, you had indicated you and your clients have worked on the issues that were brought up, but I took a half a day today reading comments from that neighborhood, and I don't see anywhere that you addressed their question of density. You said in your opening you thought this area was going to get a little bit of enhanced density. We're going from an existing 5 to 16. Has your client indicated any willingness to reduce the number of units out there? I know under R15, which it originally was maybe 5 or 6. Currently it's 5. You're going to 16. Is there any movement on your client's part to reduce that density?
I'd have to say respectfully, no, sir. Yes, it is only 5 units of residential density, but it also includes 2 large office buildings. This density overall for the acreage here is under 8 units an acre, which is not unusual as a transition type of use, nor relative to the commercial site that is just next door. So, no, sir, I believe that the 16 units is very reasonable as far as a density in this location.
Have they addressed, and I don't know how they or you would, but the other one is to talk about the traffic, the school being so crowded, traffic in particular. These people say they can't even get out of their subdivision as it is now. And now you're going to put 15 units on top of them?
Well, something will happen on this site. The amount of traffic increased from the existing use approved to this one is minimal when it comes to the amount of traffic that travels on Mason Burr Loop every day. It's hard for me to address when people just don't want something in their backyard to compare apples to oranges. Certainly, anybody that was out on Mason Burr Loop Road back 12 years ago didn't want Andrews Reach there, or other neighbors that might have concerns. So I apologize. I don't really have an answer to that. We believe that this is certainly a reasonable project. It's an attractive project, and we have gone to great lengths to answer what we believed were viable concerns to mitigate impacts on adjacent properties.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pollak?
Yeah, quick question. I'm looking at your diagram, site plan. Yeah, we're looking at the same thing. Talk to me a minute about how you have factored in, or maybe this is for city staff, so bear with me. I just see one in and out, entrance exit from the complex. Is there enough room in there for, say, fire equipment to turn around? How have you addressed that?
Absolutely. As far as one access point, Mason Burr Loop Road is considered an arterial, and so by technical standards of the city of Wilmington, we're only permitted to have one driveway or street connection per 600 square feet of frontage, so we'd only be allowed to have one along here. Yes, absolutely. This has been to the pre-TRC, as all of these rezoning projects are, to address turnarounds. And the way this one works is basically you cannot have anything longer than a 150-foot dead end. And based upon where Unit 12 is, with the backup to Unit 7, that provides what's sort of known as a T-head turnaround if an emergency vehicle is up there. But the rezoning, obviously, still goes through as one of the conditions on your list say. This is not, any approval here is not a stamp of approval for that site plan. It still has to go through all of those exercises. But yes, it's my job to make sure that all the technical standards are met in my plans as closely as I can. Could things change a little bit with trees in the future because of technical standards? Yes, absolutely. And that could involve reduction of units. It could involve lots of things. But yes, this is a fairly firm site plan that meets all of the city's technical standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sharp?
You used for the calculations, the concept of exceptional design. Could you outline for me what's exceptional in this proposal?
Exceptional design in the code has a set of credits that you can acquire. Most of them have to do with calculations of the type of storm that's used, with the types of plants that are used. It is a detailed method that any project that's within the watershed resource overlay has to do if they are over 25% impervious. Now, keep in mind here that now that we've made everything porous as far as the pavement goes, I apologize, I haven't looked at the actual impervious surfaces as it is, but we'll need very few credits to make this satisfy that.
The application says impervious area will be 43.3%.
Right.
So that it needs, there needs to be a logical justification to go above 25%.
That's correct. Right now, the surfaces are 43%. When this goes to detailed design and permitting, any of those porous pavements that qualify because of the infiltration capacity underneath, the seasonal groundwater depth, get credits. And those credits will whittle away to the 25%. Some of the credits include the type of plants they're used. Some of the credits include making basically rain gardens or infiltration around where the new trees are at the ends of the driveways.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Oh, one more, Commissioner Lennon.
Ms. Wolf, in October, you and I had a conversation about the square footage of the buildings.
Yes.
They were 40 by 60. How did you achieve the lower height?
They just knocked off the third level, which would have been just the dormers, and I don't know what kind of rooms they had in mind up there, but
there
we
was
will have less.
heated square footage in that space. I'm
There
assuming.
was, yes.
Okay. So that would be sellable heated square footage, right?
It would have been.
It would have
yes.
been. Okay. So do you know how tall the houses are in Andrews Reach?
There is a variety. They are generally 2 stories, but you can see that some of them have upper levels. Whether they're heated or not, I don't know if they're just decorative windows. But with the tall ceilings, as are generally in this quality of home, they're generally 10 to 11-foot interior ceilings on the floors, and they have quite steeper gables than a lot of homes have. So I would guess that the peaks of these homes are certainly in the 30s.
Okay. And then you've been doing this a very long time. Would it be safe to say that to reduce the saleable heated square footage and still come back with the additional revisions and additional costs that your client's taken on, that there's a demand for this product?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or he wouldn't have been as zealous in continuing this. I know one of the things that was said is that the current owner and her offices and her apartments, she was local, but my client, although he lives in Raleigh, he has all kinds of connections here and wishes to bring his business down to Wilmington. You need a project to start with. But he's not an absentee developer, as was criticized.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pollak?
Yeah, sorry, one more.
That's all right.
Again, and my fellow commissioner kind of touched on it, but assume for a minute, and I want to be clear, I don't own a house out there, so let's be clear. But assume for a minute I did. How would you make me comfortable that I'm not going to have somebody staring in my bedroom window? And you've kind of talked about the heights, but just get me a little more comfortable that, that there's not an issue with that.
Well, I'd venture to say there's the possibility of those folks staring in our backyards or balconies or whatever. Basically, what I've done in addition to, and this was one of the items at the last meeting that you didn't have the benefit of, is the buffer yards along both the north and south of the site are required because this is an attached product compared to the single-family product. The normal buffer yard could be a fence, but they have fences, so we don't want to put a fence against a fence. So we're required to have a 20-foot, as far as the width, buffer yard. That buffer yard normally would be 3 staggered rows of evergreen shrubs that reach a maximum of 6 feet, in addition to 3 trees every 100 feet. So, it's reasonable, it has interest. It is intended to just block to 6 feet, though. What we have proposed, in addition to the required buffer yard, is to add leyland cypress, which is an evergreen. It is quick growing, and it reaches heights of 20 feet with spreads of 10 to 15 feet very quickly. And we are proposing to enhance the required buffer yards by those additional trees every 16 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. All right. Before I open the public hearing, I just want to remind everyone there's a 10-minute limit for speakers in favor and a 10-minute for opposed. And so if you have a group that wants to send one representative, that would probably be the most efficient use of the time. And our timekeeper is Mr. Satterfield. And don't forget to sign in. We have a sign-in sheet right here, and once you come up, just say your name and your address, and make sure you've signed in, and we will hear your comments. So we'll start with in favor. Do we have anybody here to speak in favor of this development, this item? Okay. Do we have anybody here who is opposed to item number 1? Okay. Come on up to the podium. You might want to have a little line if there's a few of you, and we will start the clock when you start talking. And if there's a little pause in between, I'm sure he'll pause. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It kind of feels like Groundhog on December 1st, but thank you for hearing us. This property continues to be represented by Mrs. Wolf as a transition between the commercial...
I'm sorry, could you state your name?
Yeah, sure. Bradley Pod, and I live at 5700 Andrews Reach Loop, which will be behind number 7 there. This property continues to be represented by Ms. Wolf as a transition between the commercial zone across the street and the surrounding R-15s. This is simply not the case. The Jasper Place properties across the street actually are a good representation of a transition between commercial property and R-15. However, all the property on the west side of Mason-Borough Loop, as far south as the school Navajo Trail, are R-15 with the exception of the school and the church that are there. The increased density is really the main issue here. The density of these units does not increase the character or fit with the surrounding neighborhoods. In addition, we believe that a traffic study would still be in order. Remember that the Mason-Borough Loop has an F rating, and that the data that was used to waive the need for a traffic study, which would otherwise be required, did not take into consideration the East and Mason development, which has 178 units that will be contributing to traffic in addition to this. The historic trees, which Ms. Garby will talk about shortly, remain at issue. The tree preservation requirement does not have recourse except for preservation plans during the actual construction phase, but the risk to these trees, which may be between 200 and 500 years old, extend well beyond the the Planning Office and Technical Review Board requirements actually require. This is a major mechanism for preventing flooding to the surrounding neighborhoods. We would urge the Commission not to rezone and keep the current OI1 plan, which is acceptable to the neighbors from a density perspective, a development perspective, and a design perspective. This proposal prioritizes maximal density over community and neighborhood improvements. If the Planning Commission votes in favor of this rezoning, we'd ask the following potential concessions. 1, maximal building height. We would ask that the peak ridge elevation, or the highest ridge elevation, be 26 feet instead of the median roof line, which is what's proposed in the current PowerPoint presentation. This is because, on average, that plot of land sits about 10 feet higher than the neighbors to the north because it runs downhill. And then from a water impact perspective, we are not sure about the pervious surface addition, what that will actually do to the downhill drainage. We do know that the previous plan did have a berm that would have actually worsened problems with drainage along those northern property boundaries, as per Mr. Chambers in the Planning Office. We would ask that the applicant provide additional specific drainage solutions for that northern border of their property to minimize potential impacts to the surrounding communities. From a traffic perspective, we would ask that the applicant propose a formal traffic study such as right-in and right-out traffic flow planning. This would potentially minimize impacts to the surrounding fire station, especially, and traffic snarls around that length of road there. And then density and setback and streaming. These properties, there is a real privacy concern for us to the north there. Number 7 will literally sit right above my fence line, right where my child's room is. We would ask the Planning Commission to really pull that setback from a minimum 20 feet to something greater. So in addition, we ask the developers to require sufficient screening such that the view of these potential structures is blocked from surrounding neighborhoods. Really, we are in firm opposition to this plan. We are in firm favor of the preceding OI1 plan because of this increased density that really doesn't fit with the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Where are we on the time?
6 minutes and 3 seconds.
6 minutes and 3 seconds left,
Yes.
or 6 minutes? Okay.
Hi, I'm Laura Oshesky. I live at 3413 Tansy Close Drive in Andrews Reach. I bought this year in 2021. I can tell you it's been interesting for me to see the traffic issues in the morning and evening in this area. I do think the traffic plan needs to address. I would like to ask the developer how many parking spots per unit are being allocated for these units. I'm not for or against the plan at this point. I don't think it's a fully developed plan that's votable right now. I would ask that an arborist be consulted. Also, Leland cypress do not have a long lifespan. And so while they may be a temporary solution to create, they've got a 15 to 20-year span before they start dying off. I know, because I just had 3 die off at my back border, back to the cemetery. So Leland cypress may not be the best solution long-term there. And my concern is once this is turned over to a homeowners association, that they're not going to keep up any plantings, fencings, et cetera. So I will let someone else speak. I do think that coming out of the neighborhood, what's happening is people are having to make a right in heavy traffic, going up and cutting through past the fire station into the other neighborhood and circling back around. So if we want to support the commercial area at all, the traffic study needs to look at a light or some lighted walkways across Masonboro to get over to that area to support the commercial district. But I don't think this is a fully developed plan that's taken into account all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, my name's Glenn George. I live at 3408 Masonboro Loop Road. I've lived there for approximately 25 years on the property south of the development we're talking about. And she is kind of right. I do not want to see it in my backyard, but if you look at it, it's my front yard, side yard, and backyard that this is going to be. I mean, my whole life. She's put a few trees that are going to be about 6 feet. I just think it's such an excessive amount being just put in that one area that's just overwhelming. And like the lady said, that we can't even turn left out of our property. Now we have to take a right if you come there. I mean, you can barely get out. So I'm just against the excessive amount is what's the issue to me. If you look at my yard, I mean, it's pretty much everything to, on my side, and just so much density just right there. I mean, I've loved the place I live. I've lived there for 25 years. I don't see any other place to live, but I just think that that might change my whole way of life. I mean, I realize there's going to be development. I know that's going to happen, but it's the excessive amount that I feel like is being put there is my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. George. How are we doing on time?
16 seconds left.
Great. 3 minutes, 16.
And hi, my name is Courtney Garby. I live at 5700 Andrews Reach. Good evening to you guys. I'm actually here to share. We had an arborist that was voluntarily submitting information about one of the trees that's on the southern end there near 7 and 8, and I think that's a 9. I'm not sure that their representation of the drip line is accurate, but either way, her comments just based on from the view from the neighbors' backyards and her estimation, she's an ISA certified arborist. Her name is Angela Powell. She's the owner and manager of an arborist company. She specifies that the large specimen tree that I mentioned is a Quercus virginiana that's known as a southern or coastal live oak. She says this particular tree age is 200 to 400 years old and maybe 500 years. She says that the approximate trunk diameter at breast height is considered 6 to 7 feet diameter, and the location, I've already mentioned that. I'm going to summarize her long document because we don't have time. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to submit it to you guys, but there are a lot of details about how to preserve a tree during the construction phase. But the key things she wanted me to mention are about the tree root facts. It says most active tree roots are within the top 3 feet of the soil. The majority are in the top 12 inches of soil. Roots will grow outward to about 3 times the branch spread. So the drip line will be 3 times that branch that's represented. When the roots are cut during construction, soils added on top of them from the grade changes, chemicals spilled in the area, or vehicles over the roots, the tree will become stressed as it tries to adapt. And then the outward symptoms of this stress may not be apparent for a few years. It says that could leave the homeowners to deal with a lack of critical care during the construction process years before. It said it could lead to a costly and tragic removal of a grand oak like this live oak under discussion. It also talks about there is a practice of removing the tree roots on one side of the tree during construction. Trenching, excavating, and driveway grading create wind throw problems through now unstable trees, and she mentions these are a lawsuit waiting to happen.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. She goes on to talk about the critical root zone and a tree protection zone. And then she mentions comments about how to compartmentalize and prune old oaks to preserve them safely. And she does talk about how for any master plan, it requires extremely careful planning. We did have a casual meeting with the developer over Zoom. I think a lot of families were unfortunately busy with dinner time, but we did specifically ask them to involve an arborist to properly preserve the specimens that they intend to keep there. I don't know that the plan with the impervious surface of 43% is going to allow these trees to be preserved, so I would ask you guys to take that into consideration. And I'm sorry I didn't get to mention more, but I think some of it's beyond the scope of this conversation anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 seconds.
If anyone who just spoke has not signed in, please do so at the clipboard on my table.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Wolf, would you like to address some of the comments?
Yes, thank you. She did point out that we had, and I failed to do so, not only did we make those changes, but prior to this meeting, we had another Zoom meeting in addition to the one a long, long time ago, it seems now. But my client did absolutely agree to engage an arborist during all of this. And again, I'll just stress that we're committed to preserving the trees. So whatever makes that happen will have to happen during the detailed design. And an arborist would certainly be a excellent addition to the team as that goes forward. Transition isn't only just the hopscotch definition of this transitions to this to transition to this. It's also in a horizontal basis, and it's about density. Transitional density, 2.5 units an acre, maybe you go to 6 to 8 units an acre, you go to commercial, you can go to multifamily. So density for this particular site in this part of, on a major thoroughfare, we believe is certainly appropriate. Traffic impact analyses are required for large projects. As they pointed out, there is a large project or two coming on down the line in Masonboro Loop Road. Those traffic impact analyses take into consideration any projects that are on the books, that are upcoming. Those types of things are all part of the analysis that they do. But again, this particular project with 16 units is incremental to everything that is going on in Masonboro Loop Road. And it's certainly less units than in adjacent developments. We very specifically worked with staff as far as aligning the driveway across from Jasper Place. At some point in time, most of us have had the issue of left-hand turns, and it's suicidal. There have to be methods not to make a left turn, or you just have to take that tact. In this particular place, the advantage we have is anyone that can't make that left turn out of this development or Andrews Reach can certainly take a right, get on Beasley, and still get out to Pine Grove Road where there is now a traffic signal. So there are alternatives, and I think that is a personal thing of how you drive, what you're willing to do, and the circulation that is at odds in our entire city. Parking-wise, we have 2 spaces for every unit in addition to the garage, and then 8 additional guest spaces. So with the new code trying to limit parking in every way, shape, and form, we believe that this is adequate for the types of residents that will be here and for their guests. And I think I've covered all of that other than the stormwater issues. And I just want to sort of go through quickly what we found. Prior to Andrews Reach being developed, obviously drainage basins are taken into consideration. The land within the site that we are talking about all drain towards that property. It is a requirement of the code that any off-site drainage that comes through your property must be handled. It's bypassed. You don't want it to go through your own pond, hopefully, because that you just have to upgrade the pond, but you have to handle it one way or the other. So you can see what this did. At the time that Andrews Reach was designed, this is our property down in the corner, a swale, the green arrow, was designed to go back to an Andrews Reach pond. It's hard for me to understand how that pond was big enough, but neither here nor there. This was the approved plan. However, lots 29, 30, and 31 were never purchased, were never developed, so that caused an issue. We basically had a swale that was intended for the runoff of those properties that never went anywhere.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, well, I thought, okay, if this is questions, I'll quickly, though. Back when those lots were actually platted, that same drainage easement is on there. Unfortunately, we found in the field that that drainage swale was never installed. So what we've done is redirected our drainage, and so that is intended to, and in coordination with the engineering department, doing the best we possibly can to not make any harm, and in fact, remedy some of the issue, because now all that land that is on the top of that ridge will go a different direction.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
Questions? Okay.
So, Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff, I guess Mr. Chambers. The new LDC includes tree protection zone requirements, correct?
Yes, sir.
During construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the and forgive me, I'm having a moment, the other community that's being developed down the road or contemplated, was that taken into account in any way in staff's review of this project?
I'm not sure I'm following you.
What's the east of Mason, thank you. Was that taken into account at all in looking at traffic numbers?
No, we evaluate the traffic based on the development that's being proposed.
For this property only?
Correct. So when we looked at this, we looked at what the approved conditional district would allow or would actually generate based on estimated trip generation versus what this would be. And it was, I think, 2 trips in the AM and maybe 4 or 5 trips in the PM was the difference. So there is an increase, but it's minimal.
And do you know, is East of Mason going to have to do a TIA?
No, not based on those trip numbers, no.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
You have a question? Or, okay, hold on, just hold that. Let's see if we can, do we have any more comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Bowman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know we closed the public hearing, but should we read into the record the online comments?
Well, the time expired, so.
Oh, I see, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Didn't understand how those, I mean, I read them, and I'm sure my fellow
Yes, but
colleagues have read them.
I appreciate you bringing it up. All the planning commissioners received and read the comments from the website.
Chairman Lau, I'll also say that all comments that were received through the public hearing form through the portal will also be included in any information that goes to City Council, so they don't just go away after they've been seen by you all.
Thank you. No more discussion? What's the will of the commission? Commissioner Sharp?
Madam Chairman, on Agenda 1, requests for 3380 and 3400 Masonboro Loop Road to be rezoned. I move that we reject this request as not consistent with the objectives and policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington. 1, create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, and 2, City of Wilmington Strategic Plan. I move that the Planning Commission consider its rejection to be reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed is not compatible with the surrounding community and is not truly a transitional area.
Commissioner Sharp has moved to reject item number 1. Do we have a second?
I second.
Commissioner Pollock has second. All right, we will take we'll ask each commissioner to vote, and I'll call your name and just say repeat your name and aye or nay. Commissioner Bowman? So aye means to reject, and nay means to not reject, not pass the motion.
Okay. I'm going to go nay this time. I know that's contrary to my last position. I feel like there's been progress made, especially in building height, which was more of a concern than density. Thank you.
Commissioner Goins?
Nay.
Commissioner Lennon?
Nay.
Commissioner Lyle, nay. Commissioner Pollock?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp?
Aye.
And Commissioner Woodruff?
Aye.
The motion fails to reject item number 1. Can we have another motion? Commissioner Lennon?
Madam Chair, on agenda item 1, 3380 and 3400 Masonboro Loop Road, rezoning from O&I CD to MFL CD. I move to approve the request. This request is consistent with the objectives and policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington: the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, the City of Wilmington Strategic Plan. The Planning Commission considers its approval to be reasonable and in the public interest. The proposed MFL zoning district may serve as a compatible transition when located between established commercial and low-density residential uses. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends approval of this request, including all conditions as provided in the staff summary case summary.
Thank you, Commissioner Lennon. Commissioner Lennon has moved to approve agenda item number 1. Do we have a second? Commissioner Goins with the second.
Second.
Thank you. And we will do the same type of vote. And this time, an aye is for approval of the item. Commissioner Bowman?
Bowman, aye.
Commissioner Goins?
Aye.
Commissioner Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyle? Aye. Commissioner Pollock?
Nay.
Commissioner Sharp?
Nay.
Commissioner Woodruff?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-3. Thank you, everyone. Regarding Item number 2, we have a request for recusal from Commissioner Goins. Could I have a motion to recuse Commissioner Goins?
I'll make a motion to recuse Commissioner Goins.
Thank you, Commissioner Pollock. Do we have a second?
Second.
From Commissioner Sharp, and we'll do a voice vote on this. All in favor of recusing Commissioner Goins on item number 2? In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Commissioner Goins, I think since you're not here to be dismissed from the chair into the gallery, why don't you just turn off your camera for this item and rejoin us when the item has been decided. Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is a conditional district rezoning for property containing 14.85 acres located at 5026 Oleander Drive from CBCD Community Business Conditional District to CBCD Community Business Conditional District for a commercial district's mixed-use development. Brian Chambers, Senior Planner, will present the item.
Good evening again. This site is located on the south side of Oleander Drive between Wallace Avenue and 51st Street. It's approximately 14.85 acres in size. It's currently vacant. This image shows the site in the context of the surrounding area. You can see the Wilmington Municipal Golf Course located to the southwest. We have photos of the subject site and the adjacent property. Photos across Oleander Drive from the subject site. And those bottom 2 photos are of 51st Street where the project aligns. And then we also have several photos from the end of Brook Forest Drive, which is located at the rear of the property. In August of 1992, Council rezoned this site from R15 to a community business special use district for a golf driving range. That driving range has since left the property. In November of 2016, this commission recommended denial of a request to rezone this property to a community business conditional district for a college student-oriented housing development. After that denial, the applicant withdrew that request following the public hearing. This is the proposed site plan. The current applicant proposes to rezone the property to a new community business conditional district for a commercial district mixed-use development with 346 residential units and 13,760 square feet of commercial space. The proposal includes 161 one-bedroom units, 159 two-bedroom units, and 26 three-bedroom units. The applicant proposes to employ our commercial district's mixed-use provision of the code, which allows for a mix of housing and compatible non-residential uses. This slide provides an overview of our commercial district mixed-use standards. Commercial uses will be required to occupy at least 10% of the gross floor area of the project. The proposal includes a workforce housing component, so the residential density limit would not apply in this proposal. The project requires a minimum of 20% of the site to be set aside as open space, and there's a minimum parking requirement of 625 spaces. And this is a correction from the staff report that you received. I unfortunately looked at the wrong section of the table that references the required parking, and your staff report says the minimum parking is 452. It's actually 625, and the applicant is proposing 625. So based on the intensity, a traffic impact analysis was required. The TA was approved on 11/15 of this year and is included as attachment 7. The required transportation improvements include a new traffic signal at 51st Street on Oleander Drive, dedicated turn lanes at this signal, a secondary entrance on Oleander Drive with a right-in, right-out only driveway, and a dedicated right turn lane for that entrance. The site will share an entrance with the adjacent use, which is the Elks Lodge at the new signal, and this new signal would also include signalized pedestrian crossing. There would be no vehicular connection to the Piney Woods neighborhood to the south. The proposed site plan includes an 8-foot wide multi-use path along their eastern boundary, which connects to Brook Forest Drive to the south, which is the Piney Woods neighborhood, and then runs along the eastern portion of the site to the new signal at the pedestrian crossing. A 10-foot wide multi-use path is proposed along Oleander Drive frontage. Oleander Drive is currently operating above its design capacity. The applicant has also included options to mitigate this impact, and that's included in attachment 8. Based on the proposed impervious coverage, the site must meet standards for exceptional design. The maximum of 50% impervious coverage is allowed. Any proposed coverage that exceeds this amount must utilize pervious materials. The applicant proposes a 20-foot transitional buffer adjacent to the golf course and a 15-foot transitional buffer with a fence adjacent to the residential homes on Brook Forest Drive. Any protected trees that are located within the streetscape landscaping must be retained. Then any existing trees and shrubs located within these transitional buffers must also be retained. And here are the proposed elevations that were provided by the applicant. The site is located within a live-work innovation zone area of opportunity as identified in our Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan. The site is also located along a identified high-capacity transit route. The comprehensive plan calls for an increase in residential density as part of a mixed-use development that provides goods and services to nearby residents, allow for multiple stops at one location, and create the density necessary to support the transit service along the corridor. The plan also calls for an increased bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicular connections between adjacent sites as well as to adjacent neighborhoods. The proposed request would provide a residential component to an existing commercial area, add to the mix of uses, and provide multimodal connections between adjacent sites. Staff believes this request is generally consistent with our comprehensive plan. The request is reasonable in the public interest and is recommending conditional approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is prepared to make a presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
And the applicant is here.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Amy Schaefer. I'm here on behalf of East West Development and our development team requesting a conditional rezoning. I'm sorry, this is my first time. Thank you. Nope, wrong one. Okay.
Excuse me, could you move the microphone closer to your?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sean, can you help? There we go. Okay, thanks. I think I got it now. Okay, so we're here requesting a conditional district rezoning on behalf of East West Partners, and this is our development team. Norris and Tunstall is our civil engineers. We also have PlanWorks Architect and Blue Ceiling Design, as well as Ramey Kemp did our traffic impact analysis. This is an overview of the proposed site plan overlaid on the current property. Again, just a picture of the property. As Mr. Chambers said, this was an old driving range, and then it was used as a debris holding field after the hurricanes. So there aren't trees on the site except for in the buffer yards. This is just another view where you can kind of see how the location orients itself to Oleander Drive. So south of us is Oleander Drive. Across Oleander is a mix of residential as well as commercial. To the north is a golf course. To our east is Elks Lodge, and to the west we have some small business. Here's the current zoning, and as you can see right now, the current zoning is CBCD, but that is specifically for a driving range. So our request is for CBCD for the mixed use. And again, we are requesting CDMU, which would require workforce housing be included. We did have Ramey Kemp prepare a traffic impact analysis. I think Mr. Chambers went over this information. In addition to our improvements that we are making to the site, the City of Wilmington is conducting traffic improvements to Oleander Drive and Pine Grove Drive. This will continue those improvements up Oleander. As you can see here, these are some of the traffic improvements that are required. We're going to have on the site a signalized intersection to share with the Elks. That will also include a crosswalk across Oleander, a signalized crosswalk. The Wave Transit stop, which is currently in front of Oleander, of the Elks, we're proposing to move that into our deceleration lane to help take those buses off of Oleander as they pull over so that it doesn't stop traffic, as well as additional traffic improvements required. There's also, I don't know if you can see it on your site plan, but there will be a trail sidewalk along Oleander to connect. So a lot of people ask why more apartments? Well, the City of Wilmington and New Hanover County conducted a housing needs study and showed that there is a major gap in housing. So every project is helping to fill that gap, whether it's workforce housing or not. Our project does include both. It includes market rate as well as workforce housing units, which is an integration of housing types and housing incomes that the city has really looked for in the new land development code. And so this is your first CDMU request under your new code with the requested affordable housing. Not only is it multiple housing income levels, it's all within the same project, close to transit and close to services. So what are the 4 factors for zoning approval? We'll go through those. First, what's changed? The City of Wilmington's made a concentrated effort toward densification, especially along commercial quarters. As Mr. Chambers said, this is on Oleander, it's high transit. If you look at the comprehensive plan, this is what's called for. And a driving range just is not an appropriate use right on Oleander right now. It wasn't viable. It's just not going to work. So again, how is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? It's located in a high-intensity area of opportunity, specifically a live-work innovation zone, which is what we're providing with this proposal. So then what is the effect on the surrounding neighborhood? We had a community meeting. We know the people in Piney Woods don't necessarily want apartments next to them, but it will bring updated architecture. The increase in density is what the code calls for in this area. Increase in land values along with commercial profitability. The more retail you have in an area, the more the other spaces that are retail and commercial get used. So somebody might come to a coffee shop or a restaurant that we have at our site and walk over to Tennis with Love or one of the other projects there along Oleander Drive. How is this in the public interest? So Wilmington is the center of Southeast North Carolina, and it continues to experience growth. Housing is necessary, and workforce housing in a mixed-use, mixed-income development is what the code calls for. So I'm happy to answer any questions specific to the project.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Commissioners, do you have any question for the applicant at this time? That's a picture of a pool, but that's not a... Yeah,
it's not our pool. So these are just, I'm sorry, the illustrations are just some of the projects that our architects have done throughout. So it's just, you know, some idea of what some of the other projects have looked like that this developer and our architects have done.
Thanks. I do have a question about the workforce housing component. Sure. The HUD high rent levels that are required and the folks that will be living there. Tell us a little bit about the people who would qualify for those units, the income ranges.
Sure. So the income ranges, the HUD high home rent and I've got that right here. Right now, for 2021 in Wilmington, ranges from $873 to $1,294 for a 1 to 3 bedroom. And so that could be anyone from a teacher to an orderly at the hospital, firefighters. There's a range of income levels that would qualify for those.
Thank you.
Could you put that chart back up?
Which chart did you want, sir? The housing gap chart?
No, the one where you looked at HUD definitions. There,
From the housing needs assessment?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have a question about it, or just want to see it?
No, I just went by so quickly, I
Oh,
was just trying
I'm
to
sorry.
read it. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chairman, I have one other question.
Oh, sure. Commissioner Sharp.
The stormwater pond is enormous, and we've had some critical incidents where algae has been toxic. Is there any arrangement for the management firm to control that?
At this time, I don't know of any. That's definitely something that we can talk about, and that the stormwater pond would have to go through TRC review and approval. And so at this point, we don't have those kinds of details, but that's definitely something that we could look into as we go down through the technical review if this process gets approved.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. All right, it's time to open the public hearing. Remember to sign in if you haven't, and that each in favor and opposed, each side has 10 minutes. So be aware of that as you manage your 10-minute time frame there. So we will start with anyone who's here to speak in favor of this item. Okay. Is there anyone present who wants to speak in opposition of this item? Sure, come on up, and if there's multiple people, you might want to go ahead and form a little line for time's sake, and make sure you've signed in, and start with your name.
You want me to sign in first?
At least after is fine. Start with your name and your address. and
Okay.
we'll hear your
My name is
comments.
Andy Wood. I'm here representing one of the neighbors, Nikki Spears, along with Coastal Plain Conservation Group, a local nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting biodiversity. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My comments are not in support or opposition to the project, but rather to request of this group to consider asking for a rezoning clause that will protect the vegetated buffer that already exists around this property. Oddly enough, I was here some decades ago talking about the forest that grew on this property before it was developed for a driving range. So my comments are specifically in support of the City of Wilmington Land Development Code effective December 1st of this year. Make tree replacement and tree preservation a priority in order to grow Wilmington's urban tree canopy. In addition, from the City of Wilmington Environmental Planning website, protecting the existing vegetative buffer, which contains over 250 mature trees that are sequestering 40 to 50 pounds of carbon dioxide each tree each year, to the tune of somewhere around 5 to 6 tons of carbon dioxide each year being sequestered by just this little less than 3-acre vegetative buffer that exists on the property now. So basically all I'm asking is if you would consider asking the developers to, rather than tear down that existing buffer, leave it in place, because if they tear it down and then replant it, it will be replanted with all of the required accoutrements, irrigation, and then routine maintenance, which will involve application of various toxic pesticides, insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, There was a point made a moment ago by one of you regarding the stormwater pond, which accumulates all of those chemicals with every rain event, especially because we don't account for irrigated soil. We account for it being permeable when actually it is not. Irrigated soil is already saturated with water. When we get a 3 to 5 inch rain event, which we had over 7 in the last year, all of that stormwater just sheet flows off of the ground. And that's not counted as impermeable surface area. So our stormwater ponds top out and flow out directly, carrying all of those toxic compounds that the landscape industry is putting on the ground, many, many tons. We're poisoning ourselves. I digress. In the environmental planning website, integrating natural resource protection into the city's long-range planning efforts is a priority. Conducting environmental reviews of current development projects, such as what's happening tonight, and improving availability and access to natural areas and public spaces. The relevance of that being that psychological research is proving that the presence of trees, whether it's a small grove or a large park, improves the human condition. And I'll quote from one of the nation's most renowned environmental psychologists, Dr. Rachel Kaplan, who advised, "Nature matters to people. Big trees and small trees, glistening water, chirping birds, budding bushes, colorful flowers. These are important ingredients in a good life." Wilmington used to be able to claim being the most biodiverse ecoregion on the Atlantic seaboard north of Florida. By that I mean this ecoregion we call Southeast North Carolina contains more different species of plants and wildlife than anywhere on the Atlantic coastal plain extending from Maine to Florida, right here in Wilmington. And we're losing that at an alarming rate, one truckload at a time, one dump truck load at a time. So again, all we're asking is that for the benefit of neighboring properties, in addition to actually doing our local part for carbon dioxide sequestration and climate change abatement, is ask the developers, since they're asking you for a favor for rezoning, ask them to protect that vegetative buffer. And I apologize for taking so much time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
I'm Nikki. I live on Pine Street. Please slow the development in our town. Please make this builder make these buildings shorter. Some of them are 4-story. Maybe make them 3-story. And that will make less parking spaces. Please make the parking spaces all permeable and put some trees that are indigenous to this area instead of just little trees. And please protect the areas around it where the neighbors are living right beside this property. And these buildings are actually going to be looking down into their homes and backyards, just like you were talking about the previous issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Patrick Brumsey. I own a home on 209 Oakhurst, which is on the south side of the municipal course. I'm in opposition to this redevelopment, or to this development and the rezoning request. I was in opposition in 2016. I think that this will be an eyesore to the gym that the city has an obligation to protect, which is the municipal golf course, which, you know, the referendum is putting money into now. You know, much is said in the proposed plan by the applicant about the multimodal path that runs, that will run into Brook Forest. At our community meeting, there was, you know, staunch opposition to this multimodal path, and I know that this is ticking a box for the city's, you know, comprehensive plan to have multimodal interconnectivity. Again, the residents in our community are opposed to that. The developer themselves said that they weren't really one way or the other on that. We would ask that there be no interconnectivity to our neighborhood. You know, it's a single-family home. It's slowly becoming more young families as the older generation moves on. I just don't see where there's a need for interconnectivity. There's no sidewalks on Pine Grove Drive, so you're essentially putting a bike path into a neighborhood that abuts a road on Pine Grove that doesn't have any sidewalk or anything, and there's no way to get anywhere through there. So you're just connecting to essentially, a major thoroughfare, which is Pine Grove Drive, as we all know. So again, strongly opposed to this. I don't think there's a need for the multimodal path. If this development's going to move forward, we would ask that you leave our neighborhood out of it. We don't see a need for this path to abut our neighborhood or to connect into our neighborhood. And again, I just think that it's a shame that there'll be 4-story buildings on the 9th hole and the First Street program. I think it's just an eyesore for what, again, is one of the city's gyms in the Muni course. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have some time left on the opposition.
2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Okay. Anyone else here to speak on this item at all? Okay. The public hearing is closed. Would the applicant like to come back up?
Thank you. To address the comments, protecting of the vegetative buffer, there is a proposed 20-foot buffer along the Muni side as well as a 15-foot along the residential. During the community meeting, the residences abutting asked for a fence. So we went with the 15-foot and a 6-foot tall fence along the residential side of that. Any trees that are removed will have to be approved and mitigation completed if necessary in the vegetative buffer. So of course, anything that's removed is going to be as minimal as possible. This project is one of a few in the area that's going to be a net increase of trees. As you could see from our other picture, there's nothing there now except the buffer. So we will be planting additional trees on the site as well. Norris and Tunstall are our civil engineers who did our soil testings, and they will be working closely with the city stormwater staff on any stormwater infiltration soil testings. We also have environmental engineers working on the site as well. So I think those were the comments and concerns of Mr. Wood. The other comments to show...
Can I back up and ask, how is the, sorry to start,
No, it's okay.
interrupt you there, but do you know how wide the buffer is now? How much you'd be taking away with the 20-foot and just leaving the 20-foot and the 15? Is that something
I
y'all...
don't off the top of my head. I apologize for that.
Okay.
For...
Commissioner Lennon also wanted to
yeah.
ask you something.
Does anybody know how wide the buffer is?
I can find that out. Do you,
No.
do you want me to
I
find
guess
that out
I'm
now?
confused because I heard you say, and forgive me, but 15 feet you're adding or you're taking advantage of what's there already?
So right now, I've got a site picture. So right now, if you can see, this is the buffer along Muni.
I'm less concerned about, I'm
The
not being
residential
smart,
side,
but I'm
yeah.
less concerned
I'm just
about the
gonna
golf
keep it
course
there,
than
yeah.
I am the other side.
So if you can see that down here, this is the residential buffer area, right in there. And I know that my client walked that property with the neighbor. Let me see if he has an idea of that size, if you don't mind. I apologize.
Thank you. Interrupted her.
So right now, he thinks it's about 15 feet, and then we're going to have an 8-foot multimodal. In the application, and I don't have a slide on this, but it was submitted as part of your application, we did some sightline drawings of what you would see from the neighbors. It was in your application. So we submitted some illustrations, and then there's also, as part of our application packet, there's a Section A and Section B, kind of seeing what you would see from the top of the building into the neighbor's yard with the fence and the tree buffer. And so with that addition, the engineers and the architects are showing that. It's part of your packet. Which gets me to some of the other concerns with the buffering. I think the concern of Brookfield Drive residents, we're not connecting vehicularly. As Mr. Ramsey said, the multimodal path is requested as part of the Greenway. And so right now, there's nothing that it connects to, but the city's hope is, as developers and new development comes in and builds a multimodal path, it creates shorter distances so that if the city has a transportation bond, those projects become higher up because they're shorter distances and they're easier for the city to make those connections. Whereby if there was no multimodal path as part of this, there's not that opportunity for connection. So the multimodal path would actually be going up to the signalized cross-section to get across Oleander. So right now it's a path to nowhere, but the hope is that as the Greenway plan evolves and as more projects develop or as the city funds projects, that those connections are made.
But it's not really the path to nowhere because you're going to have commercial services, right?
Correct. So on our site, we will have commercial services. I think the comment was that there are no sidewalks on Piney Grove right now. But there are transportation bond projects back there that hopefully eventually, the city will have those sidewalks so that eventually the multimodal path on ours, I can't say, obviously, the residents of Brookfield don't want it, or some of them, Piney Woods, but it's there. If you did want to walk up or take your bike to the coffee shop or to Tennis with Love or some of the other, I think there's a seafood store across the street, Intercoastal Seafood Market. You could safely bike up there and get your crab legs for Thursday dinner. So it is providing options. The other concerns were the parking. The parking is as required by the city code and regulations. We're close to transit. That helps, so hopefully some people will be able to use that as well. It's going to be right outside of our site. And we are hoping to use the low-impact exceptional design as well, so as this goes through the technical review process, that will be addressed as well, with hopefully at least some permeable pavements as well. And I think that was the majority of the comments. If there's anything else I missed from the public comments, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Commissioners, any more questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you.
All right. How are we feeling about this one? Oh, there's Commissioner Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been on commission long enough to see, I think this is at least the third proposal for the site. Previously, I think it was MFM designation, and you can also contrast it with the CDMU across the street next to the Title Grocery. And this, under the new rules for CDMU, we've got 20% open area required that wasn't required before, and we have 10% commercial, which is a dramatic increase to some of the projects we've seen, proportion to the arterial frontage. And so what we have here that we wouldn't have in the MFM build out is 10% workforce housing. which is, I think, what we intended when we rewrote that part of the code and increased the open space requirement. So I look at it and I think that this is doing the things that we mapped out in our long deliberated CDMU rewrite.
Thank you, Commissioner Bowman. Comment. Commissioner Lennon?
I'm not going to read some of the comments that came in online, but I feel obligated to say to people who are listening or who may listen to at some point, people are not building these communities hoping people are going to show up. They're building them because people need places to live. We're all here. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't let anybody else in. So I think it's obvious where I fall on this, but before you get online and make accusations about motivations, think about what your kids are going to do 25 years from now in this town and who they're going to be working for and where they're going to live. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else? I would tend to agree with that. It is called for in the comprehensive plan. The applicant has done everything that has been required, and we've spelled it out in the comprehensive plan and the CDMU requirements for that. With the affordable housing component, the workforce housing component is kind of icing on the cake as well. And our town is desperate for workforce housing and housing in general, because as Commissioner Lennon alluded to, if we don't build it, they'll still come. So kicking that can down the road just means the prices of housing are just going to continue to rise. If Wilmington was overbuilt with apartments, then the rents would be cheaper. So we know that's not the case. Any other comments? What is the will of the commission? Commissioner Sharp?
I think the applicant has done a good job in terms of meeting the objectives of the community. I would have added one thing, some connectivity along Oleander to the west, but that certainly can be handled as site arrangements. So with that in mind, on item 2, the request for 5026 Oleander Drive to rezone from, says CB CD to CB CD. I move to approve this request that is consistent with the objectives and the policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington. First, create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan. And the Planning Commission considers its approval to be reasonable and in the public interest because of the nature of development along a major corridor. The proposal would provide residential component to existing commercial area, add mixed uses to some degree, provide a multimodal connections between adjacent sites, and to provide workforce housing. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends approval of this request, including all of the conditions as provided in the staff's case summary.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharp. Commissioner Sharp has made a motion to approve agenda item number 2. Do we have a second?
You have a second.
Commissioner Pollack with the second. And we will take our vote. Commissioner Bowman?
Bowman, aye.
Commissioner Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyle, aye. Commissioner Pollack?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp?
Aye.
Commissioner Woodruff?
Aye.
That was an aye?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And the motion passes 6-0. All right, Commissioner Goins, welcome back. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is property containing 2.35 acres located at 5823 Oleander Drive, 126 Seabrill Avenue, and a portion of 122 Seabrill Avenue from CB Community Business and R15 Residential to CBCD Community Business Conditional District for an assembly hall use and retail sales establishment. Our staff presentation is by Mr. Walton.
Thank you. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from CB and R15 to CB Conditional District for an assembly hall use within a former church sanctuary, retail sales establishment, and an outdoor event space. The existing former church sanctuary, located here, is at 5823 Oleander, and that is proposed for the assembly hall use. The existing Wendy's house, which is located where my pointer is a retail wine bottle shop. It would remain and continue operations as a retail sales establishment. The rear portion of the property behind 122 Seabrill would be used for vehicular parking and the outdoor event space. The existing residential house in the front porch of the Seabrill is not included in the zoning request tonight. This is an aerial image of the general area of the site in the Seagate community. These are some photos of the existing site, such as the existing sanctuary and the retail wine shop. These are some of the adjacent photos. You can see Moe's Barbecue, the Dairy Queen are just near this area. The CD rezoning application was submitted prior to December 1st, 2021, which means that all proposed uses and site design would be subject to compliance with the previous Land Development Code regulations. If the subject site were, to come in under the new code, outdoor seating, events, and amplified sound would not be permitted at this location due to the proximity of the residential zoning directly adjacent to it to the north. The applicant proposes that all structures would remain. Sidewalk would be required along the frontages of Oleander and Seabrill. The existing R15 zoned area is being requested to be rezoned to CB to allow non-residential parking and outdoor areas associated with the proposed assembly use, as you can see on the screen. Staff has noted concerns in the case summary for the potential increase of site lighting and noise pollution from outdoor events adjacent to the existing residential uses along Seabrill and Park Avenue. The comprehensive plan identifies the site as a greenfield site multi-use place area of opportunity. The site is also located along a major corridor and regional parkway complete street and high-capacity transit route. The plan supports infill and redevelopment that is implemented with a minimal adverse impact on nearby residential properties. The plan identifies low to medium density areas and/or low intensity mixed-use developments to service transitions between lower density neighborhoods and the more intensive commercial and mixed-use areas. The Seagate Neighborhood Plan supports development that is zoned CB for properties that front or have frontage on Oleander. For 122 Seabrill, the plan supports development that is zoned R15 or rezoned to a multifamily low density. The plan calls for bike and pedestrian connections and the preservation of open space. The Seagate plan does not support the proposed CB district for the rear portion of Seabrill Avenue. This is the proposed site plan. The site abuts a single-family residential property and established residential areas. The proposal encroaches into the existing residential areas along Seabrill with a more intensive commercial use. The more suitable uses such as offices or higher density residential would serve as an appropriate transition between the commercial uses along Oleander and the residential uses within the Seagate neighborhood. Staff, again, has concerns with the potential impacts of outdoor gatherings and late night events associated with the Assembly Hall that may have on the adjacent residential areas. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment is inconsistent with the recommendations of the Create Wilmington Plan and the Seagate Neighborhood Plan. Staff believes the request is not reasonable and not in the public interest, and we recommend denial of the request. Should this Planning Commission choose to recommend approval, we have conditions outlined in the case summary for you to consider. I'll be happy answering questions.
Commissioner Lennon?
I'm sorry, I should know, but I don't. What's to the northwest of the property in the back?
Sure. So that is directly adjacent to a mixed-use development. I believe Mr. Steve Anderson had constructed that project on Oleander.
So is this aerial before that was developed? You had that aerial up a minute ago.
Sure. So that building that is in one of my photographs is this building here.
I got you. Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a quick question. Is the venue, is it being used now and they just don't have any parking, or are they, how is that, what's going on there now?
Sure. So the use is allowed within the CV zoning district. To my knowledge, I don't think that they've come in for formal plan review to review the parking that would be required on site. So I believe that they are proposing the use, but the applicant can address that as well when she's up here to present.
All right. Any commissioners, any more questions for staff?
Yeah, I do have one.
Commissioner Pollack?
Yeah, I'm going to, my total familiarity with Sebrel is it's close to where I can get a good ice cream cone, so bear with me when I ask the question.
Sure.
I see how you have the red boxes drawn on the diagram. Yeah, we're on the same page. And that's, I know Wendy's house is 126, correct?
Yes.
And then you made reference in your case study to 122. Where is 122? Because the only thing I saw, I didn't see anything on a house. All I saw was the green, mailbox on the Dairy Queen side of the street.
Certainly. So where my pointer is here is where 122 Sebrel is.
Okay.
And I'll back up to the aerial, which I don't know if that's harder to read. This is 122 Sebrel.
Yeah.
Originally, the applicant submitted that for rezoning, but has since restricted it to the rear yard. And so that's why we call it a portion of 122 Sebrel. The house that is directly adjacent to the street is not in consideration for rezoning tonight.
Okay, so the house next to 126 is...
It's not part of it.
Not in
I believe
play at
that's
all.
a home occupation for a hair salon, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not part of this.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Commissioner Sharp?
Chairman, what are the uses for the two properties that are surrounded on Oleander?
So as we've talked about, this is a mixed-use office building, and then next door to it, I think, is an antique store, retail.
Okay.
And then next door to that, I believe, is a auto dealership or boat dealership, I believe.
Right.
Or maybe they sell vehicles, I think. I'm not sure which ones.
All right. Any other questions for staff at this time? Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Great.
And we'll have the applicant up. Welcome back, Ms. Wolf.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name's Cindy Wolf, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property. This is a little bit more recent aerial photograph, so you can see Bradley Creek Station in its entirety with the parking lot behind it and the main building in the front. The two uses in the triangle along Oleander Drive, surrounded by this, are in fact a retail. It's a vintage sales, interior decorating type of business, and then a used car lot. This gives you a little bit idea of how far back Park Avenue is, and I know that people along Perennial Lane are interested in this, so I wanted to give some basic how far things are apart. And you do have the Dairy Queen across the street. The center house that is also not part of this is someone else's property. It is a salon. It is in the commercial district, and the next house over is not part of this. It is a house and will remain the same. Keep in mind here that, and the zoning exhibit shows this, but Wendy's House and the Assembly, which used to be a church, are there. They can operate. The Assembly has not gone through a specific site design process because at this point it is not a change of use. It was a church. It would be limited in its assembly, but there is enough parking in the back to satisfy that. So right now, these things will operate. They can operate. I came in with a more composite request, thinking that what we're doing here is in fact exactly what the whole conditional district premise is to control it. Right now, these things can operate, and within respect of noise ordinances or all city ordinances in general, they are controlled. But we are coming in here with a composite plan that offers the total control of the whole business, or combined businesses, mixed uses. So as we go through this, it sort of, surprises me that there is that staff recommendation of denial. That being said, again, the zoning exhibit shows that we have the red CB community business all around us. The two operating uses are in that CB, will continue to operate. What we're really talking about is the box of yellow. And in that box of yellow, we're talking about an expansion of the parking area, but an 80-foot buffer of a decorative pond and gardens. If this house, which is 122 Seabrill, wanted to build gardens and a pond in their backyard, they could do it all day long. We're trying to be forthright and say, hey, we'd like to use this as gardens associated with the venue for photo opportunities, for walking around during a party that is going on in the venue. One thing that Jeff made comment of was outdoor events, and that is not what we're asking here. That is one of the conditions that we showed, is that any outdoor use, and we're not talking about outdoor events, but if they were to put up a tent on the back patio here of the venue or in these areas, they could do it today. What we're offering is that we would limit any outdoor activity to those areas and nix any type of amplified sound, which now is just under the guise of the noise ordinance, not a specific, you cannot have amplified sound. And then we're creating gardens in which we're keeping all of these trees. I guarantee that if somebody came in here and, according to the Seagate plan, put in a townhome development, those trees would be taken out by right as essential site improvements, and the potential for noise, all more than the times when these activities would be used, would be less than acceptable to the neighborhood. So again, what we're talking about, the real rezoning, and yet offering to put it all under the umbrella of a conditional district, is a small amount of additional parking, because we've all gone to weddings. There is not enough parking for the two businesses that are here now. The other benefit to all of this is the circulation and the aesthetics of it all. Right now, there are two unimproved driveways that go around, one in, one out. It's sort of hard to decide which one is in and which one is out. We are committing to an actual city standard driveway that comes up the side. We are formalizing the parking much better than it is now. Street yard would be added, which isn't there already. Interior landscaping, and the additional parking above and beyond what is the parking standard, which again, we know that people who come to a venue, to come to a wedding, that come to a memorial, there are more cars than what our standard requires. And so those additional spaces would have to be porous pavement. My client has gone to the extent of even engaging a landscape architect for the aesthetics who want to incorporate in the gardens some pathways, a lot of landscaping, from some rain gardens. These are all things that aren't required today, but that are part of this proposal. And so, although this would be a garden area, again, photo opportunities for walking around, we are committing that no outdoor activity other than what is normal in your backyard can occur beyond the limits of what is now the commercial district. Right now, the access to Wendy's, because it is not interconnected between the two properties, is in and out, which causes potential problems on Seabrill. The new plan would allow that to be an access only from Seabrill, and then any leaving of the site would be out onto Oleander, which is what we prefer with the arterial roadway status. There is the 80 feet of the pond, of the gardens. There are 2 lots, and then there is an extensive permanent natural area between this and Park Avenue, between that and the Preservation Park community. We have committed to the conditions that there can be no outdoor activity other than here where it can be there today. There will be no amplified music. And we believe that we have in spades improved what is an infill development, rehabilitation and reuse of existing buildings, and the elimination of driveways, providing interconnection, and thereby improving circulation and safety. I'd be happy to answer questions. I believe that as I go down through the consistency items, this is consistent with supporting our businesses and allowing them to enhance themselves. Whereas an encroachment into the Seagate neighborhood with townhomes or offices, when we're offering a pond and gardens, I find it hard to, justify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Woodruff?
Ms. Wolf, I'm looking at in our packet, I know the staff is recommending denial, but in the bottom it says, if the commission should approve that they've got conditions, and I'm looking at the last 4, 5 through 8. And I don't know if you've reviewed those or not, but I'm curious, should the commission approve this with this staff recommendation, is there any aspect of those 5 or 4 conditions that you don't think your client could comply with?
Yes, and
accept?
I appreciate you bringing that up. The proposed uses shall be limited to assembly hall and retail wine store. Absolutely, that's what we have intended. It's what is operating now. No amplified music or sound shall be permitted outside. Absolutely. No outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located on site. That's a little, we can't go with the way that is worded. Certainly, there's a patio area on the back of Wendy's now, but all of these things are low. This is not an arena. It's not an amphitheater. We're talking about normal events like weddings and memorials. So yes, condition number 7, if it could be worded such that no, it's the events. There will be some outdoor activity if people are walking around in the gardens or on the back of the venue. But the surface parking being limited to a maximum of 42 spaces, we've committed to the porous, we've met the criteria of the parking standards, and we truly believe that the parking is necessary for the use to be safe and reasonable.
So if the wording was just no outdoor events, you're okay with that? I mean,
Yes.
I'm not defining events, but I understand what you're saying.
An event is actually having a bunch of tents and holding
Right.
the event outdoors.
Well, I was going to say, if it said just no outdoor events or tents shall be located, would that be acceptable?
We have the back of the venue, there is a patio area there, and that would be important to us.
Well, I don't mind, I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't see a problem with being on the patio or walking through the garden. So, I mean, you know, just as long as it's not an event or you throw up a, you know, a big tent that then creates a new event space.
If I could suggest the wording of that, no outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located beyond the boundaries of the commercial district as of the approval of a plan, of a petition.
I'm not sure, I
Okay,
can't follow that. I'm
I'm
not
just-
sure what you mean by it, but that.
Basically, what I'm saying is, no outdoor activities, gatherings, or tents shall be located beyond this red line, which is what we're asking to change.
That was my
Okay,
understanding.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that was my
Okay.
understanding of that condition, that it was just in the lot that we were discussing for rezoning, not in the
Well,
existing
we're
CB.
discussing rezoning it all so that it all comes under the conditional umbrella of
Right.
control. And these controls then would carry over. And I think that could work just fine, is no outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located beyond the boundaries of the historic commercial district line.
All right, I mean, I can't get a grasp on that part of it, but that's okay. I understand what you're saying, and staff
It's
may
harder
be able
for
to
you to
explain.
see what we're pointing to. Yes, sir.
Right. I say nothing's showing up on my screen to tell me what we're looking at, so I'm sorry. Okay.
Nothing beyond the red line.
Yeah, but there we go. Okay, I got you now. Perfect.
Oh, he wasn't seeing
All
the
right, thank you.
exhibit. Thank you, Commissioner Woodruff. Mr. Attorney, did you want to weigh in on that question? About the commercial lines, the condition number 7? We'll get back to you. Commissioner Pollak?
Yeah. Again, real slow for me, please. I'm looking at the red lines, and today, and this goes back to the outside portion that seems to be the essence of the discussion. You have the little back porch on the back of the current building.
Right there.
Following where I'm at?
Mm-hmm.
And what does the current zoning allow to take place there? Anything, what outside can happen there
You
today?
can sit out there and drink your wine.
Yeah.
They could have acoustic music. Right now, they could have amplified music.
Okay.
However, they don't. But then it would just be subject to the noise ordinance.
Okay, so then is my read correct that all you're really asking is to take that same condition and apply it to what you now have in yellow? In terms of,
Yes, there would be no amplified music in any parts of this master plan, and there would be, if there were any outdoor events, gatherings, or tents, they would be limited to where they could be today.
and again, where can they be limited to today?
The red box,
So anywhere in the current red box, you could put a tent up,
yes, we could,
okay, which would create an additional venue,
yes.
okay? And you're asking, again, I'm a visual learner here, so bear with me. So are you asking to then apply that to the yellow, or are you restricting?
We're restricting anything in the yellow other than those additional parking spaces and gardens with walkways.
Okay. Okay,
A
thank
lot
you.
of landscaping,
Yep.
it's just intended to be gardens.
So your applicant wouldn't, and I guess the staff would not have a problem, and maybe I'm making an assumption, to have those specific things listed out so that there's no confusion?
They're in conditions.
Okay.
If this is approved, it is approved with
Yeah,
or without. Yeah.
because we seem to be going over, back and forth over those things. So that's why I want to be real clear, for everybody that's here and everybody that's, listening and participating, that we're very clear about what is and what is not.
What happens in addition, and your experience-wise, if I might, if this moves forward to the city council, prior to it getting to the city council, the owners have to accept the conditions that are here tonight or that we're proposing to the city council. But there is an actual written acceptance of conditions.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lennon?
One of the comments we got online indicated that there wasn't an attempt to inform the residents. Can you speak to that?
Yes, we held a community information meeting in the building, the Assembly Hall, several weeks ago. I was quite surprised that no one came, other than some folks from Bradley Creek Station and a woman across the street. Certainly, when I send out my letters, I give them my phone number, my email, in this day and age but I'm not very successful with the Zoom meetings. I like to see people face to face. So we had the meeting. People were masked. It's a nice area in the back, sort of a big living room, but there's a conference table. But as I said, no one came other than actually some proponents of the site.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Sharp?
So if I understand, the yellow area which is being proposed for rezoning does not have to buffer.
Oh, no, it would have to buffer. We're
The
showing.
residential, the part of the lot that is remaining residential?
That would be recombined, but yes, there's a buffer along the back of that house, which is our house, but still, it is not part of this petition. It'll remain a house. There's a buffer along there, a buffer that would be required along the Spear property.
So why is the house excluded from the proposal?
Initially, I intended to have the house as part of it, again, to bring it under that umbrella of the conditional district. But that being said, that did make the zoning district extend back Sebrel, which I understand. The Seagate plan said, hey, we don't want commercial in general extending back there. The only intent we have use of that house is for rentals of like a bridal party or something. That can happen today. So we're just taking it out. It will remain residential. It is under all the rules and regulations of residential property. So they can't create business out of that house in any way, shape, or form. And the back of the lot will then be recombined with the business portion of the project.
If there's ever an area where there is a collection of properties that would talk to about a small site plan, a comprehensive plan to, instead of ad hoc decisions, effectively making a firm decision, protecting the Seagate community and working together. This is it. I mean, there's 8 properties here. I'm talking to the choir. I'm sorry, but I mean,
Okay.
it seems to make sense.
That was our feeling on it.
It seems to make sense to do it together and do it right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Commissioner Woodruff, oh, sorry.
Okay, it's not for Cindy anyway, that's okay. No, that's okay. Is Mr. Walton, could he address staff's recommendation number 7? And it seems to me, all that debate about no outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located, and it's on-site. Can he address, is on-site, his thought the same as what Ms. Wolf's thought was?
Sure. So the applicant is rezoning this to a conditional district that is vested under old code. If this use were allowed under the newly adopted code as of today, then there are provisions already built into the code that would restrict outdoor events. One being that there would be no amplified sound allowed within 1,000 feet of a residential district, which this abuts a residential district. There are also provisions for outdoor seating. I believe it's within 100 feet. You have to put in a buffer and limit your hours of operation. So a lot of this stuff would be covered under new code. So we felt that in honoring new code, we would put these conditions in to further limit the use and trying to limit the noise pollution into the neighborhood.
How do you define on-site with red or yellow lines?
Are you talking about this?
I'm talking, whatever Ms. Wolf was defining with, as red and yellow, I understand now where her yellow is, she's referring to that as on-site.
Sure.
Do you?
If the CD rezoning is applied tonight, the Wendy's House and this event center would fall under a previous code, which doesn't allow the protections of amplified sound. That's why we made a justification for that recommendation in the case summary.
Okay, we're not clicking here. I'm just talking about where it says no outdoor events, gatherings or tents, okay? And she says she's got no problem as long as it's, shall be located within the yellow lined portion where the lake and the trees are. That's what Ms. Wolf was saying, I think.
Sure.
Okay, but does your on-site include everything, the yellow and the red?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, that's what I needed to know.
Thank you.
Could you live, and if you're, can the staff live with it if it's just limited to the yellow lined area?
We would follow whatever the recommendation of this board would be to council.
Okay.
Commissioner Lanning?
And I appreciate that, but to be blunt, it would have been, I mean, I just learned, and maybe it's my own fault for not reviewing this more closely, but to learn that all of these things are permitted currently, right now, today, with no controls in place, I would have liked to have known that a little bit more clear than perhaps it was in the packet.
Sure.
So I think, don't know what's going to happen here, but it was a compelling presentation to hear that in an area where there are no controls, there may be additional controls, particularly if it's limited to, I don't want to misspeak, but the porch areas, right, we said, or within the red area? Yeah, okay.
We'll make that note when this goes to council.
Can I just add something real quickly? Sounds like we may have some wording for condition number 7, should we get to that point, but I don't want the Planning Commission to forget about the legislative hearing that is required. We've had a lot of conversation about this request, but yet to hear from the public.
Right.
And we need to do that.
Right. I don't like to take a break in the middle of an item, but we need to give the closed captioners a rest, so we're going to take a 5-minute. Is that enough, Ms. Bradshaw? 5, 10? 5-minute recess. So thank you all for waiting as long as you have, and I apologize for putting another 5-minute there, but we will come back together when the hands are rested. Thank you. Okay, if everybody could take their seats, we'll get started here in a minute. Again. I'm missing a commissioner. We'll get started when Commissioner Sharp gets settled. Will all the commissioners take their seats and turn the cameras on? Commissioner Sharp is making his way. We are back, called to order, and we're still on agenda item number 3, and thank you again, everyone, for your patience, and I hope that the closed captioners have gotten a little rest. It's time for our public hearing on agenda item number 3. And again, we have a 10-minute limit on speakers for the item and a 10-minute limit for speakers in opposition. So we'll open the public hearing and start with anyone here who's in support of agenda item number 3. Anyone here in support? Okay. Anyone here to speak in opposition? And make sure you're signed in before or after, and start with your name and address.
Start with Julie Martin's slides. Julie Martin. I'm sorry, I don't have Julie Martin, slides. Well, my name is Steve Martin. I live at 5812 Perennial Lane. My wife, Julie Martin, is the president of the Homeowners Association at Preservation Park. Preservation Park is 9 houses on 1 acre of land surrounded by over 3 acres of woods and wetlands. It's a beautiful place to live. I am distraught about this proposed project and somewhat a little bit confused. But we've lived there for 15 years. The applicant's property is 140 feet from Preservation Park where I live, 308 feet from my house. If you would turn to the next slide, please reject the applicant's rezoning request for some reasons to not rezone. It is the wrong business for the land and the neighborhood. The proposed venue at Wendy's is completely different from the businesses around it, which include retail office, an antique store, by appointment used car lot. By appointment used car lot. Now, how noisy is that? Hair salon, a Methodist church, a Dairy Queen. 2, the applicant is a partner in Mad Mole Brewing and makes beer by the vat. They are a brewery. How will they recoup their $1.1 million investment on these 3 properties? I wonder. Number 3, it is an erosion of the residential buffer into our community. Eliminating an R15 lot decreases the space between us and undesirable business activities like venue at Wendy's that are in oppositional to residential living. And this meeting is about rezoning residential property to commercial. 4, the domino effect. Rezoning today would allow an even greater threat tomorrow. If you grant this request today, how can you deny this applicant from rezoning another residential lot on Seabrill tomorrow, or just sit by as they add the hair salon property to their holdings, creating a massive outdoor party venue completely inappropriate to the space surrounded by homes, my home. They are already trying to connect 3 properties. 5, your own planning experts say no to rezoning. I am not an expert. I depend on experts to recommend and protect me. Your experts say no. 6, and I feel like that's some kind of a threat, like we'll take away outdoor amplified sound, which horrifies me. I've been battered by the bottle shop, which we'll talk about in another agenda, but outdoor amplified sound is horrifying. And they're using that as a battering ram, it seems. Why weren't we notified? We were not notified. I found out on November 18th as I was driving home from Costco, there was a sign up in front of the Wendy's place about the meeting. They sent the letter to the developer of the Preservation Park who built it 15 years ago and not us, and they could not deliver back from the letter. They made no attempt. All you have to do is Google POA, Preservation Park, Wilmington, 5812 Perennial Lane pops up. First Google search. Wendy's is on the corner half a block from 9 houses. They could walk and inform any of us of the meeting they had in October. They had the meeting in October. If I'd known about it, I could have a lawyer here today. I've talked to 3 and could not get a lawyer here today. 1, conflict of interest, and 2, too short notice. It was done right before a holiday. And how do you prepare for this? Another reason. 6, it conflicts with the city's own plan on how Wilmington should be developed and best practices for rezoning. 7, finally, an event space 140 feet from Preservation Park will increase partying crowds with an alcoholic drink in their hand, bright lights, food trucks, drunks on foot and drunks in cars, noise, and decreased property values. Because they are the wrong business for the land, you will rezone my quality of life. If Kendall, who's brought her family at great distress waiting here, wants to talk next, she lives on Seabrook.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kendra Bentley, and I am the tenant at 120 Seabrook Avenue. I came in March 2019 to discuss the rezoning of the Wendy's house to begin with, and now it's extended even farther back into where my family has permits for chickens and a dog and 3, almost 4 children. You know, we're a growing family. We're out there in the grass playing. The foot traffic from the yellow zone, gardens, the pond, is going to be foot traffic that could potentially navigate into my yard where my children play. The other issue that I'm having is this noise. The noise ordinance is changing from, one step to the next. Okay, we can't have it in the yellow block, but it's okay for it to be out on the back porch in the red zone. I mean, that's still less than 45 feet from my backyard. If you could pull up the zoning so you could see where the resident that we're talking about is. It's the picture of where you can see the yellow and the red in the middle. Perfect. See the lot right behind the yellow? That's my house. All of that behind that is my residence. That's where I live, where I grow my children. I have a garden. I'm not okay with people coming in after hours, wandering the gardens into my backyard. I have free-range chickens back there with a permit, but how do I control someone from creeping over from the gardens into my garden, into my yard? Not only has that happened, a giant fence has been put up on the property line that's been painted white, and you can't even see the forest anymore. So here I am today to say no to rezoning this project. I am the family adjacent. We are the most affected here, and my children deserve to have quiet. 7 p.m. is bedtime. We're here because this is passionate. We're passionate about this. Our children deserve to have a quiet home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Daryl Nestor, 101 Seawell Avenue. Just a few quick comments looking at your site plan up there. The ingress only from Seawell Avenue. I was in law enforcement for 30 years. I know human nature. That ingress is going to turn into an egress. And if you've ever been to Dairy Queen on a summer night, Seawell Avenue at Oleander Drive is awful. My wife and I, we've lived on that property. I've lived there for 30 years. She won't let me tell you how long she's lived there, but it's twice as long as I have. But we have to plan our routes now to be able to get anywhere, grocery shopping, things of that nature. We know what lights we have to hit, how we have to turn to be able to get anywhere there. Kind of happy with the noise side of it, what she's saying. What I'm not really happy about, I didn't get notification for a community meeting. Nothing came in my mailbox, never got a phone call or anything of that nature either. But like I said, just concerned mostly about the traffic, the size of the parking. While it is large and it probably meets city standards, if you have a large party planned for a wedding or some other kind of venue there or some other kind of activity, they're going to go on Seabrill Avenue, and Seabrill Avenue is not a wide road. We've had problems in the past there when I was working with the city, and I'm the one that got signs put there, but they still didn't obey the signs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Pagels. I lived at 5804 Perennial Lane, Wilmington. We just moved into our house 2 months ago. We're very disheartened to hear about the request for the rezoning of the adjacent property. We put quite a bit of money into our house to make it nice for our future, and we were not notified with proper notification at all, as you've heard already. I really feel like our way of life is being threatened by this. This is a quiet, beautiful area. We moved from New York. We were 6 years waiting to come, and this is what we get to right now. The Seagate area in general appears to be a beautiful coastal residential area with Arley Gardens, New Hanover, Arboretum, the marina. This just doesn't feel to fit the venue. One night I walked up to the Wrightsville Brewery, and there were cars parked up and down Giles for a venue. You couldn't see, there was no visibility, it was dangerous. They flowed out to park.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, I'll let someone else speak, but I'm opposed to the rezoning. Thank you.
My name is Dan Bailey. I live at 111 Myrtle Avenue. I think there's a couple of us with a lot of concerns right now. We did not have a lot of information. And I know what my biggest concern is personally is amplified music. I don't live as close as these other folks do. So right now I'm kind of confused. I was hoping you'd say, is there anybody who doesn't know what to say right now, even though they came for this matter? It would have been really nice, I'll just say this, it would have been really nice if the applicant had taken more time and effort to inform the closest neighbors, because the closest neighbors would have told the other neighbors, and maybe everybody would be more informed. As it stands now, I think I am against it, especially for the sake of that young couple with all the kids. I know what it's like to be bombarded with the music, but the music is my major concern. But I do think maybe more information would have made this process a lot easier in the long run. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
10 minutes.
Would the Seagate community stand up?
Your time has expired, so that's, yeah, but we'll allow that. Thank you for coming out. All right, and again, all the commissioners have read the online comments that were submitted, even though we've run out of time to read any of them. So the public hearing is closed. Mr. Walton, right? Is this? Would you come back up to talk about the community meeting requirement? And how that was met?
So notification for a community meeting or for this board is measured 300 feet from these parcels. So the majority of this circle was notified. That includes this parcel, but it fell outside Perennial Lane. I believe the gentleman said his house was 308 feet away from the notification. So we notify based on tax parcel ownership. So this parcel here, according to the tax records, it's with the Preservation Park based in Wrightsville Beach. It goes to a P.O. box. Mr. Martin called me and his wife said that she is actually the president of the association, So I've amended the notification letters to include all of Perennial Lane for if this does move forward to go to City Council. But we've made that correction per the phone call that we received from the Martins. Did I not answer the question?
Well, I want to see if the requirement was met, so I'm not really, still
I'm
not really
sorry.
sure if
The requirement was met.
the public hearing is closed. I'm so sorry. Ms. Wolf, would you like to address that?
Certainly, it's my responsibility to do the community information meeting. I get my list now from the staff, and, I mean, I assumed that everybody in Preservation Park was part of that list, because if it touches common property, and I apologize, I don't have that list here, but there were some 50 letters, and I got one back, which was the Owners Association of the Enclave or something, which agreed. Most of these association meetings or addresses, because they are nonprofits, I often get them back. But I would question, did these people not get notification from the city? Because the city would have the same exact list that they gave me. So I just wanted to say, I filed a report with the city clerk that we held the meeting. But I notified everyone that the city gave me the list to notify, and I'm sure that they did the same thing. So if they didn't get mine, did they get the city's is my question.
Okay. And there, we always put a sign up on the property, but the Preservation Park HOA is on the list, but nobody who lives on Perennial Lane is on the list within a 300-feet perimeter. And the Preservation Park HOA went to the PO box is the one that came back. Yes. Ms. Wolf, could you come back to the podium when you're finished?
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Lennon? Question?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to say it. I'm concerned that this venue is getting confused with another one we're going to have the pleasure of talking about in about an hour. Define what's going to happen at this space if you get what your client is asking for tonight.
This is not a brewery. Now, granted, the wine shop is...
Which is there today. I'm sorry to
Which is
interrupt
there
you.
now,
Yeah.
absolutely. The venue is an internal place of assembly. It's what you would generally think of as a place for wedding events, memorials, I guess it could be a party, but it is indoors. We've discussed the issue of any outdoor activity. The manor at Wrightsville Beach is on Allen's Lane and is right beside Spartina. It is right along the street of Allen's Lane from several residential properties, and it has coexisted very nicely. As far as cars in other places or other venues being out on the roads, absolutely, that's our justification for the amount of parking that we're asking for, just as an aside. There is a buffer, but yes, the types of activities that we are promoting would be weddings, memorials, things that occur inside, but they're always outdoor to walk around to have your cigarette or smoke your vape, I suppose. But the gardens, we think, would give excellent opportunities to photo opportunities, and we're conditioning ourselves as maximally as we can to provide the mitigation to the neighbors that is of concern. There is a fence along the northern boundary line with the young couple's property. They're renters, but there's a fence there. There's no connection there. We are required to have buffer yards, and so I believe that there is a fence along Bradley Creek, the Bradley Creek office complex. We would have a fence along that entire back line, so there's no back and forth or people walking in the young ladies' gardens. Did that answer your question? This is not a beer garden. It is not an outdoor event intention.
That answered my question.
Commissioner Woodruff?
Ms. Wolf, the bottle shop, does it have, I don't know, outdoor activity? I mean, porches that people go out or music play there?
It's, I guess you would call it a bottle shop. It is wine, more specifically than
Right.
what you would generally think of as people that come for the beer. Not that there's a big difference in the activity. But yes, there is a rear patio. It is fenced in, so there is seating out there, very limited. It's about the size of 2 picnic tables.
Is there music out there?
They have not had music, but again, they would concede to no more than acoustic music if there was anything.
So back to those 4 recommendations of staff, I get back to this thing, and I know we did the red and yellow thing a while ago, but you were only applying or thinking of applying those 4 conditions on the yellow, what is currently residential, but not applying those. Am I right to say you would not apply those to the current CB rate zoning?
Condition number 5 would be on the total of the project. Note, the proposed uses limited to assembly hall and retail wine store. Condition number 6, no amplified music or sound shall be permitted outside in the entire project area.
That's the red and green, red and yellow, right?
Everything, yes.
Okay.
The entire district. No outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located in the gardens area. Gardens
Okay.
and parking, the additional gardens and parking, if the staff, as Ron pointed out, may have some better wording. And then we would like to see the board eliminate condition number 8, that our limitation is 42 spaces. Our additional 10 spaces in the 52 we're promoting would be porous, as would be required by the code, and we believe are necessary.
So I don't know that I saw that, but currently your proposal is 52 spaces.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Pollak?
Yeah. Please reconcile for us and the gentleman online. Perception is reality until you change perception. There appears to be a perception of a lack of communication or a extremely less than perfect set of communications around, public notice, public interaction, engagement. Help us understand, your thoughts as you sat there in I think you stated earlier, so keep me honest, that you sat in the assembly hall when you thought you were having a meeting, there was one person showed up or nobody showed up. Would that not have at least raised an issue that says, wait a minute, maybe we have a problem here? I'd be curious your thoughts.
That's interesting. I guess in my lengthy experience with this, I've encountered more over the past years, a more jaded attitude sometimes that mine is, the meetings that we have are for the purpose of information. And so it's difficult when all the people who are opposed aren't just there for information, they're often there just to oppose. So when no one came, I know that this is not the first rodeo for the people in Preservation Park. As I said, I was given the list. I guess I'm surprised that it did not include them, and I didn't pay enough attention to my envelopes when I was addressing them, I suppose. I used the list that I had. I generated through the computer program. So when they didn't come, it didn't really surprise me, and I'm sorry that it didn't, but I just assumed that they would be here, and they are. So there was a gap.
And I raised the point, several fronts. Most importantly is, I'm a big believer that, when you think you've communicated enough, the reality is that you haven't, okay? That's just experience from many, many years. And I think we're all sitting here trying to figure out how to get to whatever the right solution is, but it just appears to me that there's a really big dearth of communication. I don't know who owns the responsibility to maintain the mailing list. I really don't, and I'm just, it's the lack of the communication really does trouble me.
The only thing
Just being honest.
Sure, and I understand that. Again, we met the city's criteria.
It sounds like the letter of the law was met here and maybe not the spirit, is kind of what I'm hearing. If especially the HOA one, the HOA was the only link, besides the signs. We always have signs on the property that I'm presuming would be visible to people driving by, that there's a public hearing. And one of the things I was thinking is that the Seagate plan, I'm a big believer in the neighborhood plans. The Seagate plan does call for the multifamily low density. And in many cases, when there's multifamily low density near some of the single-family developments, and that is the undesirable. And a lot of the neighbors would beg for a garden and parking instead of multifamily near there. So the downzoning of this property, the less intense use of this property is, I think it is maybe a communication issue, and just clearing up some of that, some of the communication with the residents might be helpful. So that's my thought on that.
Could I ask a
Commissioner Sharp?
question? On this half of this residential lot, is it already being used for parking?
No, it is not.
So there are no standard parking on the back half of this residential lot?
No, there is not.
Thank you.
We have been very careful not to do so.
Okay.
Just because I have to, on this list, there are 4 addresses on Sebrel out of how many? I don't know. A lot. 100 maybe? This is everybody within 300 feet? Yeah, there's 4 addresses on Sebrel.
And none on preservation? Okay.
None on perennial, yeah.
All right,
No,
perennial.
on perennial, not one. I don't really think that if the applicant's given this list by the city, that it's up to the applicant to police it. That's just my editorial comment. So it's one of these people lives in my neighborhood, totally in a different part of town. It's kind of obvious that these are landlords and/or commercial operations. In fact, one of the addresses on Sebrel is a builder. So we need to pay attention to that, I think, in the future.
You mean because the notices are required to go to the property owner, they're not required to go to tenants of the...
Correct. And I didn't really think about it until I added them up and found 4.
But as a suggestion, because I do encounter this quite often, owners associations, they need to be cognizant of getting to the tax office with their property address in the GIS, because I invariably get association letters back for common areas.
I agree, but I would also say that whoever from the city looked at, if the common area, and there's 9 condos right there, or 9 homes, excuse me, that's,
Do you think your client would be open to continuing for a month and having a meeting?
I knew that question would come up.
You felt it coming.
From what I've heard, the opposition is the opposition. I don't know that any additional conversation, other than what we're offering as an umbrella of conditions and the type of development that we're talking about being an extreme improvement of the aesthetics, of the landscaping, of the safety, of everything. I don't know that it would change anything. And of course, because this was an election year, we've been delayed a couple months anyway because the council doesn't look at anything in December. So I would politely decline. I mean, I feel like there is an opportunity at the city council for additional dialogue.
Okay. What is the...
I hear you on that, but it's really hard. I feel like personally I could combat everything except we didn't know about it.
All right.
So I just leave you with that thought.
And well, we've got the holidays, but there is time. And again, I'll be happy to give all of these folks, and I'm sure it's as a matter of the record, my phone number, my email address. I will talk to people individually to explain things better between now and the city council meeting. And I've always made that available.
Thank you for that. All right. What is the will of the commission on this one? A motion? Oh, yep. Thank you, Commissioner Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your comments, collective comments on continuance. However, I can't think of a much less intense use of the site except to remain undeveloped. And it will be developed in some form, whether it be multifamily or single family, accessory structures, or in whatever form. So I don't know that that's really going to bring improvements to the project. I'm prepared to act tonight if the rest of my colleagues are.
I am.
I didn't understand.
He would like to make a motion.
It's prerogative.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to make a motion before you call for the vote, but I don't feel a continuance will bring improvement to the design.
Okay, I did
Want to hear from some
ask.
of the other colleagues.
I did ask the will of the commission, but it looks like we do have Mr. Woodruff, Commissioner Woodruff.
I would agree with Bruce in general. I think we just got to make a move here. I only throw out, personally, I don't have a problem approving this along with the staff recommendations, in particular those 4 at the end. But there is some confusion, I think. Well, I'm not sure it's confusion, but there is a difference in how Ms. Wolf interprets it and Mr. Walton interprets on site, and then basic between the red and the yellow. And I don't know how to address that in a motion. I assume we're not in a position to negotiate, so we got to kind of pick which way we're going to go and let them negotiate whatever that is. So I just throw that out.
Well, I think Mr. Satterfield had some suggested language, but I don't believe he shared it with us yet. But I would say that items number 6, item number 6 would run with the entire parcel. And then it was item number 7 is mainly the one which would be limited to the newly added area to the rezoning. And so, Mr. Satterfield, can you embellish or share your thoughts?
I'm sorry, I had a citizen commenting to me. If a question was directed at me, I did not hear it. I apologize.
We wanted to confirm the language that was suggested for condition number 7. And what I have is no outdoor events, gatherings, or tents shall be located beyond the boundaries of the historically commercial line. Is that right? And do we need to?
That's probably okay. We had conferred during the break. For 7, located, and there are a couple words after that, and then it would read beyond the current boundaries of 5823 Oleander and 126 Seabrill. And then if the item is moved upon by the commission, I think we would additionally augment that when it moves to the city council, if it moves to the city council level, with a diagram illustrating what's before you and behind you on the screen, just so that it's in writing and also supported by an exhibit.
Fantastic. And do you need us to have a vote on that before we make any motions for the item?
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
Commissioner Lyle,
Commissioner Woodruff?
just one, what you're saying is fine, but it would seem to me in conditions 5, 6, and 8 go across everything, the entire site, the old part, the new part, correct? It's only 7 that we're looking to modify, and 5,
Right.
6, and 8 are across everything.
Right, it's only condition number 7.
Right. But I think 5, 6, and 8 need to be specifically stated because we are separating them out, that those 3 go across everything.
And Madam Chair, while we're openly delivering, the 42 spaces moving to 52 doesn't give me heartburn. I think they're shown on the side closest to Oleander, and it would prevent cars from maybe collecting on the nearby residential street. So I don't know how my colleagues feel on that, but I would be opening to move that 42 to 52 on item 8.
Thank you for that. I would agree with that. All right. What is the will of the commission again? Commissioner Woodruff.
I'll give it a shot. With regard to agenda item number 3, I would move to approve the request, case number CD 1121, requesting 5823 Oleander Drive and Seabrill Avenue to rezone from CB and R15 to CB, CD. This request is consistent with the objectives and policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington: Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan and the Seagate Neighborhood Plan. Planning Commission considers its approval to be reasonable in the public interest because proposed is compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the desired character of the existing built environment. Therefore, Planning Commission recommends approval of this request, including all conditions as provided in the staff's case summary, with modification that the last 4 recommendations numbered 5, 6, 7, and 8, with regard to those items 5, 6, and 8 pertain to all property being rezoned. Item 8, it would be a maximum of 52 spaces. And as to item 7, the language, the last 2 words on site can be modified to properly identify what I would call the area where the parking and trees and garden location is. Good luck.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodruff has moved to approve agenda item number 3 with the revisions to the conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lennon with the second. And we will take our vote. Commissioner Bowman?
Bowman, aye.
Commissioner Goins?
Aye.
Commissioner Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyle, aye. Commissioner Pollock? Aye. Commissioner Sharp?
Nay.
And Commissioner Woodruff?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. The motion passes 6-1.
Can I make a comment now?
We're moving on to the next item.
What?
We're moving on to the next item. All right. Regarding agenda item number 5, Commissioner Bowman has requested recusal. Can I have a motion to recuse Commissioner Bowman?
So moved.
Commissioner Pollock has moved to recuse Commissioner Bowman from agenda item number 5. Oh, we're already on 5. And we have a second from, do we have a second?
Second.
Sorry, Commissioner Lennon, and we'll do a voice vote on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Commissioner Bowman, we'll just have you turn off your camera, and we'll see you for agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 5 is a conditional district rezoning for property containing .22 of an acre located at 214 Market Street to rezone from HD Historic District to CBD HDO CD, Central Business District with Historic District Overlay, Conditional District, to allow for a restaurant use, permitted outdoor seating in addition to other requested uses. And we have Mr. Walton with us again
Hello.
for the staff report.
Thank you. In April of 1970, the Historic District Commission approved construction of an office building in the contemporary colonial revival style along Market Street. A rear addition was constructed in 1980. According to the Wilmington National Register, the office building is a non-contributing building due to the age of the building. This gives you a general layout of where this property is located in the downtown CBD on Market Street. These are photos of the building itself, adjacent to the Manor Theater and the Bergen Wright House. In the adjacent photos along Market Street, there is an alley next door that goes all the way to Dock Street, which is the photos to the lower left. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from Historic District to Central Business District, Historic District Overlay, conditional for a primarily restaurant use with outdoor seating, as well as other uses listed in the case summary. This is the proposed site plan. The existing two-story, 3,100 square foot office building would remain, and a two-story, 2,000 square foot addition, which is located here, is proposed, as well as the surface parking in the back being removed and a 4,900 partially covered outdoor seating area with exposed terrace courtyard is proposed in the rear yard. Though the existing building is considered non-conforming due to the age, the applicant has included the Historic District Overlay in the request. And as a reminder, alterations visible from the public right-of-way, excluding alleys, would be subject to design review with the Wilmington Design Standards for local historic districts and landmarks. All right, come on now. In the previous code, restaurant uses were not allowed in the HD. But in the newly adopted code as of today, if the property is not rezoned, the use would be subject to size restrictions and would prohibit outdoor seating. So that is what would be allowed in the HD if this property were not rezoned. The proposed CBD rezoning would allow the restaurant use with no size restriction on the square footage, and outdoor seating would not be restricted. I'm having mouse issues. All right. The comprehensive plan states that the city's historic resources and heritage should be recognized and promoted as an economic asset. As the city grows and redevelops, stewardship of neighborhoods, landmarks, historic districts, and landscapes should be fostered. When considering historic resources, the complete context should be preserved when possible, as historic landscapes, open spaces, streets, public view sheds are critical to the context of our historic buildings and the city's overall character and uniqueness. The comprehensive plan supports preservation. The plan also encourages preservation of the complete context, such as the historic streetscape of Market Street, as well as the transition from the subject site to the impact on the Bergen Wright House, which is located on the corner of 3rd and Market. The proposed rezoning would not disrupt the historic streetscape of the 200 block of Market and would facilitate the adaptive reuse of an existing building. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment is consistent with the Great Wilmington Comprehensive Plan and believes that the request is reasonable and in the public interest and recommends conditional approval subject to the conditions in the case summary. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this time? All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And the applicant is here? There you go.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for taking your time and hearing our matter. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Nick Johnson. I'm from Durham, North Carolina, and with my wife, I own the Cast Iron Group, of which Ponysaurus Brewing Company is a part. I'm also a licensed general contractor specializing in historic preservation and restoration. So I'm very excited to be hoping to bring some of our business to your town where you have beautiful building stock and help liven up some of the beautiful buildings downtown in a way that is additive and positive. I'll turn the rest of it over for the formal stuff to Amy, who will do a much better job than I.
Move the mic down so you can hear me. And let's see. So Nick already went through who they are and what they'd like to do. Mr. Walton had a very thorough presentation, so I won't belabor some of the points. But right now, there's a current office building that is on site and has been on site for quite some time. In fact, Mr. Shanklin would often come before City Council and talk about how it was difficult to have an office in this space with a nightclub theater right next door. His hours weren't quite compatible. So this project is a fantastic buffer between the more intensive commercial uses and the Bergman Wright House use. Clients, Mr. Johnson and his team had a community meeting that was well attended, and I think the project is well received, and I hope that you'll hear from some of those people. As Mr. Walton said, any external changes to the front of the building would be required to go through historic preservation and get a certificate of appropriateness. The main changes, though, are going to be to the back area. Right now, it is a highly underutilized parking lot for the building. What we are proposing, as you can see from the site plan, is for a terraced garden area with extra buffering, extra landscaping. So there would be added trees and other vegetation back there to help protect any noise that might be generated on that site. Here's just a quick overview of the property location. I think Mr. Walton went through that very well. This is a really interesting picture to me. You can see the property here with the star in the purple is the property that we're asking to rezone. It kind of sticks out and isn't really in harmony with the rest of that block. So what we're asking for is for a rezoning for that to be in harmony with the rest of the block so that it would be CBD with a historic district overlay. We've already talked about a lot of this, what's changed and why this is compatible and the justifications for the zoning change. This is an urban mixed-use center, high-density transition area in the comprehensive plan, and the proposed rezoning also promotes multiple policies of the comprehensive plan. I think you can see that from Mr. Walton's staff report. There's a lot of blue dots in there. It's an adaptive reuse of a transit-ready, pedestrian-friendly building. It's to scale on Market Street. It fits in with the block, and we don't really propose to change anything about that other than maybe some landscaping and other freshening and upgrades of the property. So the expected effect on the neighborhood. Yes, this is modifying what's currently the historic district, but not in any way that really matters. It would still have the historic district overlay. The building is not a contributing structure. The use with the timing and the staffing would be a good transition between the more intensive commercial uses and the museum and the educational opportunities at the Bergman Wright House. The sunken courtyard in the back would help to isolate any residential noise or other impacts of the outdoor seating that we're asking for. As Mr. Walton said, right now, as of today, restaurants are allowed in the historic district, but they're capped at 2,000 square feet. We couldn't even use the current building fully to capacity, yet alone add the extra space. And outdoor seating is not permitted in the historic district. So what the thrust and the reason for this is simply to allow a restaurant to utilize the full potential of the existing building, to fully use the back parking lot, and to allow for outdoor seating. All right, I'm stuck here. And this slide just kind of shows exactly what we're asking for. And, you know, as as Nick said, this is what he does. You know, he's used to these kinds of buildings. He's used to designing with the neighborhood in mind, buffering the gardens. The main entrance would be off of Market Street with pedestrian entrance. And he definitely plans to continue to work closely with his neighbors on the design and implementation of this, should the rezoning be approved. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions about the project.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lennon?
Just have one. The staff has several conditions listed in number 9. No vehicle shall park or unload within the existing public alley to prevent trucks from backing out onto Market Street. Make sure I understand, so they don't want your client to park or unload in the alley?
That's my understanding, and that they were hoping to find some other place to load or unload. I know that if you go downtown in that area on a Thursday night, you can't get anywhere for the food and beverage trucks that are unloading. If there's a suitable arrangement or alternative, my client will certainly work with them. We wouldn't ask, you know, for that to be stricken.
Well, short of a drone, I'm not sure what that is. I mean,
I guess they would ask for us to unload off of Market Street, but perhaps that's something Mr. Walton can address more fully. But we're happy to work with staff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what an alley is for. So that is a good thing to question. Commissioner Woodruff.
Just a quick question. So on that alley, because I'm familiar with that parking lot, is there going to be, and I assume there is some retaining wall between the alley and the enhanced property of the terrace garden back there?
Yes, so there would be a new 7-foot tall retaining wall along that alley, as well as the visual plantings for the vegetative buffer.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. If we're finished with the applicant for now, thank you, Ms. Schaefer. And we'll go to the public hearing. The public hearing is open. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project? And we have a 10-minute limit for and a 10-minute limit in opposition. And just make sure you sign in before or after. You haven't signed in before, just sign in after you go. So.
Absolutely, JC. Thank you. Good evening. Travis Scobert here from the Historic Wilmington Foundation. Just wanted to comment on the record and commend the applicant. They've been very proactive with working not only with the Historic Wilmington Foundation, since we have 2 properties with historic preservation easements with protective covenants in this block, 14 South 3rd Street and 23 South 2nd Street, but additionally our great partners, the Colonial Dames North Carolina and the Bergen-Wright Museum. They've went as far as to address our concerns regarding the vegetative buffer on that alleyway, and we're very pleased that staff put that as a condition number 10 in this conditional rezoning. And additionally addressed concerns with sight lines from the interior of the Bergen-Wright Museum, not only their staff spaces, but their interpretive spaces, to see how how any commercial uses of this building, such as a restaurant, might affect the sight lines within that interpretive center. So we just support this project as an adaptive reuse of a non-contributing structure in the National Register Historic District, and commend the applicant on their proactiveness with engaging the historic preservation community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Any other speakers here to speak in favor of this item? Anyone here to speak in opposition to this item? Anyone here to speak on this item? In any capacity? Okay, the public hearing is closed. And commissioners?
If I may, I would just perhaps address the issue about the alleyway. I'd just like to understand that condition from staff.
Do you mind if I read item 9? It says, "No vehicle shall park or unload within the existing public alley to prevent trucks from backing out onto Market Street." This item has gone to our technical review committee, and one of the caveats we always talk about is cars have to enter and exit a property in the forward motion. And this is a situation where it is a public alley and a public street, but we saw how pedestrian-oriented Market Street is in that area next to the museum, and we were concerned about beer trucks or any sort of commercial vehicles stacking in the alley and then backing out onto Market Street. If I can pull my other presentation back up. Maybe Brian will do it.
Is it a dead end? Is that what you're saying?
No, it goes all the way through to Dock Street. And so this is the alley. So that's the alley looking towards Dock Street. So there's a historic wall that backs up to all the properties on South 3rd. This is the buffer against the existing commercial parking lot that is at Mr. Shanklin's office. And so as you go through this narrow alley, you come in between these two houses, the DeRosset house as well as, I don't know the name of this house, but it necks down to almost barely 10 feet. And we were concerned about commercial trucks driving straight forward through that alley with these historic resources in that alley. And so I have been working with Chance Dunbar, the parking manager for Wilmington, and we've been looking at trying to add more commercial loading zones on Market Street. There currently are some on South 2nd Street and North 2nd Street, but not immediately adjacent to this property. But it's something that we're actively trying to work out to facilitate the use of this business. So we were concerned about commercial vehicles backing out onto Market Street with on-street parking, with pedestrians. We just felt it was an unsafe situation. So that's why we recommended that only hand trucks be allowed, for access to the property.
So they would, theoretically, they would find a space to park on the street and the hand trucks just go in and out?
A commercial vehicle would either use a paid on-street parking space and actually pay to be there, or they would use one of the common commercial loading zones that already exist in the city.
Commissioner Leonard?
But it would be a violation of the TRC guidelines for them to back into the alley from Market Street and then drive forward onto Market Street when they egress.
We just feel it's an unsafe situation, that vehicles...
I don't disagree conceptually, but is it safer to do that than to stop a truck on Market Street while they unload? I mean, I'm not trying to be, it's getting late, I'm sorry, but
the commercial truck typically doesn't stack in a travel lane They would typically find an on-street parking spot to do their activities.
I would beg to differ.
Yeah, the
I'm just
the
saying that's
delivery
what they're
people,
supposed to do.
the delivery people may not be up to speed on all the TRC regulations.
But if there is a situation where there is a traffic condition or some sort of backup being created by a commercial truck, then the Park Wilmington will take action to make sure that they monitor, commercial loadings within the downtown. That's what's supposed to happen. Sometimes reality doesn't happen that way.
This will be the last thing I say about it, but maybe if it could be written in such a way so trucks don't back out, because again, if they're ordering pizza dough and they're coming in a van versus a semi, arguably that could traverse the alley, right?
We just don't feel any vehicles should be allowed to utilize that alley because of the potential damage to the historic resources at the end of that alley is our concern. On Dock Street or that historic wall that's within that alley.
Okay.
So your belief is you don't want the alley to be used at all? Do I understand that right?
We feel like there's adequate commercial loading already in the CBD downtown.
Okay.
So they can use hand trucks or, ferry via, by hand or by truck or something.
Yeah,
we feel that's
or
adequate.
two-wheeler
We
or
just feel the truck should stack somewhere else than the alley.
So it's a public alley,
Yes.
correct? The city owns, and why wouldn't it have been shut by now if the city didn't want any traffic on it? Why wouldn't it be closed or?
Well,
Or is it just this business that can't use it?
We have a lot of historic alleys like Wilkinson Alley and, some alleys that are barely big enough for a handicapped person to get through. So the city is full of these historic alleys that have been used for centuries, it seems. And so this falls into that category, I assume. I don't know why it hasn't been closed or restricted up to this point.
I think we should. Thank you, Mr. Welton. I think we should strike that particular condition. Number 9.
Is this the first business that would potentially utilize that alley? Can she?
Oh, sure, applicant, come on back up.
I don't think so. I think right now, for events, and it's my understanding that the Bergman Wright House, if they have events, they'll pull to bring in tents or to unload chairs, and it is a public alley, so we understand the concern, especially backing onto Market and the adjacent homes on Dock Street that are only 10 foot wide. But it would also be hard to know that it's only our client's property that, only our property that is using it, or as you said, the only ones restricted from it. So we're happy to work with staff or, follow rules and regulations. And again, we wouldn't want this conditional rezoning request to live or die on that condition. But we would rather find another way forward on that if we could.
Thank you. Well, we really try not to create code enforcement issues if there's some kind of, if there's a truck there and we don't know who's it's coming to deliver and somebody's got to be sent out, and I just feel like we're setting ourselves up for, unless the alley was just closed and then nobody could use it, that would be a little more clear. So I would like to take that out.
I would agree with you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Woodruff.
I would agree to take it out. I mean, it's just going to be a first come, first serve. There's no way a truck goes through that alley. I know that alley. So if Bergen Wright needs it, and they're in there, no deliveries. If this group needs the delivery, they use it and get out and move on.
Thanks. Any other discussion? All right, what is the will of the commission? Commissioner Lennon.
Madam Chair, on agenda item number 5, make a motion for 214 Market Street, rezoning from HD to CBD, HD, OCD. Make a motion for approval, and that this request is consistent with the objectives and policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington, the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan. The Planning Commission considers its approval to be reasonable in the public interest because the proposed rezoning would not disrupt the historic streetscape in the 200 block of Market Street and would facilitate the adaptive reuse of an existing building. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends approval of this request, including all conditions as provided in the staff's case summary.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Commissioner Lennon and seconded by Commissioner Sharp to approve agenda item number 5. We will take our vote. Commissioner Bowman? Oh, I'm sorry, he's recused. Commissioner Goins?
Aye.
Commissioner Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyle, aye. Commissioner Pollock?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp?
Aye.
And Commissioner Woodruff?
Aye.
And 6-0, motion passes.
What happened with item 9? It was deleted?
Condition 9 was deleted. All right, welcome back, Commissioner Bowman.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 6 of 6 is a general rezoning of property containing .25 of an acre located at 6005 Oleander Drive from O&I Office and Institutional District to CB Community Business District. And our planner, Jeff Walton, is here to make the staff report again. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Oh, you're welcome. You get me all night tonight. So the subject property is split zoned, community business and office and institutional. The portion of property zoned CB contains a 4,600 square foot commercial structure that was built in 1995 according to the New Hammer County tax records. The current use of property, Seagate Bottle Shop, was approved in 2019 as a retail sales establishment. On June 15, 2021, the city issued a notice of violation for the construction of an outdoor platform without required permits, use of the property for special events without a temporary permit, and operation violation of the site as a bar event venue instead of the approved retail sales. On July 12th, 2021, the owner and tenant appealed staff's determination to the Board of Adjustment, and the case has gone to the board, but was continued to January of 2022 to allow time for the applicant to pursue a rezoning of property, which brings us here tonight. This generally shows you where the property is located near Summerwalk in the Seagate community. This shows the site in question as a tract of land adjacent to Oleander. These are the adjacent pictures. This is the Seagate Bottle Shop, which is the applicant. Along Bagley, their office locations. Directly adjacent is Giles Avenue, which is a mobile home zoned, or excuse me, it's a residentially zoned lot with a mobile home that is existing. A general rezoning as requested by the applicant does not allow additional conditions on any use proposed for the site. The applicant has requested a general rezoning to community business which will allow nightclub uses subject to site plan approval and the technical review. A zoning district comparison of uses allowed in each district was provided to you in the case summary and attachment 6 to give you an idea of CB zoning versus ONI 1 zoning of permitted uses. The Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan promotes quality design and site planning so that new development, infill, and redevelopment is implemented with minimal adverse impacts on the desired character of the existing built environment. Development should be designed at a height, mass, scale, and form that is appropriate and provides a suitable transition to the surrounding areas. The subject site is split zones between 2 commercial districts, limiting redevelopment. The proposed CV district would allow for the existing use to expand and allow redevelopment of the site that is generally more consistent and compatible with the existing development pattern along Oleander and the surrounding area. All right, come on now. The Seagate Neighborhood Plan supports commercial zoning for properties that front or have frontage along Oleander to maintain the unique character and sense of place within Seagate while recognizing that redevelopment and infill are critical to the survival of the community. The land use map suggests maintaining commercial and office uses for the area. Based on the information contained in the case summary, the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, staff believes the request is reasonable and in the public interest and recommends approval of the request. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff right now?
I do have
Commissioner
one.
Pollack?
Sure.
Yeah. Staff is requesting approval. Does the staff have any qualms about the fact that, as I read through the package, that I think this entire situation started with the construction of an outdoor venue without a permit, without, the proper things to go into effect? And does the staff think that by going ahead and changing the zoning that we set a precedent for future people to just build without a permit, and here we go?
Sure. So we based our recommendation on the comprehensive plan as well as the Seagate Neighborhood Plan. The Seagate Plan says a commercial or office rezoning is appropriate, which this CV zoning would allow. The applicant was cited for violations as noted in the case summary itself. You have to keep in mind that this site is under the new code. So the nightclubs would be allowed with conditions. The conditions would be that, I think I have a slide, or it's a bunch of stuff, but I'll try to generalize it for you. So in this slide, nightclubs would be subject to prescribed conditions in the code as of December 1st, 2021, which is today. So it would be limiting the gross floor area of the nightclub to no less than 2,000 square feet. No amplified sound would be allowed because it's within 1,000 feet of a residential zone. Outdoor seating would be within 50 feet of the residential zone, so a 6-inch thick attenuation wall buffers. On-site operations would be limited from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. And so we feel that under the current code, which is in effect, the CB district already allows those provisions of limiting outdoor uses.
If the issue started prior to December 1st, how does that fall under the new guidelines, the new codes?
I believe that nightclubs would still not be a permitted use in the CV. I believe they're only allowed in the RV and the light industrial, but I have Catherine here to tell me if I'm incorrect on that. 1 second.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Thurston, City Zoning Administrator. In the old code, the community business district did not allow nightclub uses, and that would include any type of bar, lounge, tavern, that sort of thing. In the code that went into effect today, we are allowing nightclub uses in more zoning districts, but with conditions on some of the negative externalities that we see on those uses, such as noise, and a lot of that comes from the outdoor seating, and that's why we've proposed that in many districts, outdoor seating has limitations on how proximate it can be to residential zoning. So yes, in the new code in effect today, nightclubs will be allowed in the community business district. If they have outdoor seating areas, that's an accessory use that's addressed, as Mr. Walton has shown you and explained. But I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions you may have to that.
And my only question is a clarifying one is, we're here because of a violation, because of a series of events that obviously didn't just start today. So that's why I'm looking for the clarification, from staff in general that says, under what set of rules should this be considered?
It is staff's position that any current use of the property as a nightclub is not vested, that it's in violation, and that is part of the appeal that's still pending before the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for staff? Is that where we are? And we have the applicant here. Welcome, Mr. Nichols.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you. My name is Matt Nichols. I represent the applicant, Seagate Bottle Shop, who, in conjunction with the property owner, Real Properties LLC, is requesting this general rezoning. And I have a presentation with some slides that hopefully will help explain the request, answer questions the Commission may have, and give a little background as to why we're here tonight. As Mr. Walton pointed out, we're seeking a rezoning of a portion of this property at 6005 Oleander. The entire site is zoned commercial today, without conditions. It's CB, which is about 2/3 of the site, and then the blue portion here is zoned O&I 1. Here's the current zoning map. You can see, and the portion that we're talking about is the O&I, what is now called O&I, of the property. And just a side-by-side comparison of current versus proposed. And you'll see in some of these other slides that really we're here to resolve a split zoning situation on the property. It's split zone now. It's one parcel, and that's really less than ideal in virtually all instances, especially when you have commercial property. You have two possibly different development standards, and we don't really know how this came about. You'll see from some of the other slides that I've got that there's really can't see any other split zoned property in this vicinity of Oleander that's CB. From what I can tell, this may have been 3 separate parcels in the past, and this property is part of the annexation, which I think was effective in 98 or effective in 2000. So this property was zoned a certain way in the county, and from what we can tell, I mean, we're going back over 20 years, that may have been a different parcel, and it may have been zoned a certain way in the county, and then the city adopted that. I don't really know the answer to that, but this is what we have today. I would point out that there's no access to Oleander, so it is one parcel, and the access to the site is on Giles. So the O&I portion does not meet the criteria for O&I, which requires 15,000 minimum square feet of area. So this is not a situation where you couldn't subdivide that part out and have another use there. And you really probably would never I don't think you'd ever get permission to put a driveway on Oleander there. Maybe you would, but I think the DOT would probably have quite a bit to say about that with the speed limit and the curve that's in the vicinity. So the access is on Giles. It's one parcel. I I would point out that Seagate Bottle Shop is part of the existing building. I'll come back to that, but while I have this slide up here, this illustrates the point I was making before, that roughly within about a half-mile stretch, and you can see there's a lot of CB-zoned property in there. From what I could tell, it's really the only split-zoned property in that area, and I think that's probably because of the history of it. But in any event, it's, as is generally the case and is generally what, I'm not sure I did that, but I'll go back to my slide here. You really, again, if you're rezoning property today, you're really not going to try to put a split zoning on property. This is in the staff report that there's several factors that weigh in favor of this site as development, potential redevelopment in the future. It's in a mixed-use place or mixed-use center in the growth maps or the growth strategies of the city. It's on a high-capacity transit route, and it's also in this higher intensity area of opportunity. So there's several components here that really would weigh in favor of some redevelopment of this in the future. And that's part of what the owner is looking at also of, through the Board of Adjustment process, it came to our attention that it was rezoned, and this is one of the things that we're trying to do. And we are trying to work through the Board of Adjustment process. The property, and this is from your comprehensive plan, and the current land use map is shown as, it's shown as commercial, not office and institutional. And you can see under the, this is in the staff packet, the case summary, that under the, let's see, the current zoning is commercial, or I'm sorry, the current use is shown as commercial. And then this is always an important part of any Seagate land use consideration, which is the Seagate Neighborhood Plan. And you can see that the Seagate Neighborhood Plan recommends that it be commercial. So just a few more excerpts from the staff report that, as the staff mentions, this would not result in really no significant increase in traffic. It's a very small part of the back part of the parcel. It's not going to create a new parcel. And again, it's not what this is about as far as creating a separate parcel. I won't read through all these points, but the planning and growth strategies of the city would lean toward or indicate that the current split zoning of the site does limit redevelopment opportunities, and that's generally not favorable. And then the split zoning, again, from the conclusion in the staff report that the subject site is currently split zoned between two commercial districts limiting redevelopment. The proposed CB district would allow for the existing use to expand and allow redevelopment of the site that is generally more consistent and compatible with the existing redevelopment pattern along Oleander Drive and the surrounding area. And then staff recommends approval. So in summary, the benefits would be it would remedy the split zoning situation. It is more consistent, as mentioned in the staff report, with the development pattern along Oleander. It would facilitate redevelopment of the site, and it's consistent with the big picture policy goals that the city would have with the comprehensive plan and also the Seagate, the small area neighborhood plan. It would support economic investment and growth. Now, I'm glad to answer any questions that the commission may have about the Board of Adjustment process and why we're here. I would mention a few things that this came to light with the citations, and there was a comment about the permitting. My client has applied for permits after the fact. We're trying to resolve this issue with the city as far as the decking that was built. My client agreed with the city and the Board of Adjustment that the outdoor music has stopped. The outdoor amplified music has stopped as of October 30th, and there's been none. And we understand the new code puts significant limits on outdoor amplified music. And so part of the background is with COVID, and all businesses were affected in a very significant way with COVID, but particularly our restaurants and bars and retail. And the Seagate Bottle Shop is a very good example of that. Seagate Bottle Shop sells beer and wine, hot sauce, and some merchandise, hats, T-shirts, things like that. And we all know how significantly a negative impact that COVID had on the restaurants and bars. So my client, naturally trying to stay open, he has 3 employees, trying to stay open through that, moved things outside. And that's what we're being told to do, be outside, governor's orders, you know, you try to be outside. So, and he added some outdoor seating areas, and it's worked fine. Now, the outdoor music became an issue, but like I said, that has stopped. We're going to try to work through that and see what might be allowed, but the amplified music is significantly limited. So it really comes down to, we think it's a great location for the business, and what the rezoning will do is sort of help clear up the split zoning. We've got several more steps we have to go through the city and the Board of Adjustment process, but this is just one. But resolving the split zoning is a good thing for a number of reasons. Staff's recommended approval, and we appreciate your consideration of the request. So I'm glad to try to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time? Oh, Commissioner Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Nichols, I don't know what the setback is from the highway for development, but given the sort of narrow angle, this really couldn't be useful at all for a building or a building addition. Seems to me it's really only useful for some sort of related outdoor space to the building. And oftentimes we'll do conditional rezonings such that we can know the limits of the building. And I think I'm satisfied that it won't be a building. It'll be some outdoor complement to the existing building. So do you happen to know what the setback is from the highway right-of-way there for the new zone?
I'm still learning the new code effective today. So from what I understand, the setback for CB now would be, let me get my chart out here. The CB setback for the front, the minimum setback is 10 feet, side street 10 feet, side interior, if you're residential adjacent, is 25 feet, the rear is 5 feet, and rear residential adjacent is 25 feet. There may be a additional setback off of the Oleander. I don't know. I know we've done away with some of the overlay districts, so I don't know if there's any special one there on Oleander, but to your point, I think that is correct. It's not for the purpose of, again, it's a very small sort of, or smaller portion of the corner of this, what is an unusual shaped lot to begin with. And it's really to sort of clear up the zoning issue that's come to our attention, but the new code is in effect today, and it's got a number of limiting factors in it, and it will, certainly we have to comply with the code. I mean, that goes without saying, so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Commissioner Lennon?
Mr. Nichols, could you just speak to the music again for a second? So I think I understood Ms. Thurston to say that in the new code, there's no amplified music.
That is correct, and this was something that I was unaware of until getting involved in this and looking at the new code provision. I was trying to keep up with the new code, but the one thing that did somewhat come as a surprise to me, that under new section 1810, which is titled Outdoor Seating Activity Areas, that, and this is for any of the districts, I understand, if you're any associated amplified sound is how it's worded, which to me could be live music or it could be recorded amplified music. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a band. It could be just played through an amplified speaker. Any associated amplified sound, the minimum setback from a single dwelling residential zoning is 1,000 feet. And I think that's going to have huge impacts through the city that you may come to you in different forms or different requests over time. But that 1,000 feet from a single, there's not a whole lot of places that are more than 1,000 feet in Wilmington. If you were to look at it, there's a lot of places that just aren't 1,000 feet from a single dwelling residential district. And you're not allowed to do outdoor amplified music in a commercial way.
And I appreciate that, but I guess, and there was a ton of discussion in the work sessions about that. But I guess my question is, and perhaps for staff too, if you are successful, there will be no amplified music.
There can't be. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So there couldn't be under the new code. It doesn't make any distinction between O&I and CB. If it's O&I or it's CB, the amplified restrictions apply.
Okay.
Yeah. So this doesn't get us. This doesn't provide any additional sort of ability to do anything. O&I or CB, it's 1,000 feet from a residential district. Unfortunately, I guess however you look at it, the property that is next to it was zoned multifamily. It was a multifamily conditional district rezoning. That was I just know because I was involved in it. This was back in 2009. And that was one of those projects that with the city redoing the code, they, from what I understand, just sort of went back and some of those older approvals that were never built, they just reverted them back to what they were. So if you, not only did the code change today, the zoning map also changed today in more than several places, but that was one that changed. So if you were to look at the zoning map yesterday, I believe we were adjacent to multifamily. Today, we're adjacent to the R10. So, but that's another thing that's sort of unique about this situation. So, overall, I know that the COVID-19 emergency has been very difficult on a lot of the restaurants and bars and things, and my client's been trying to work through that. So, but we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Okay, we'll open the public hearing. And remember, there's 10 minutes for and 10 minutes in opposition. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of item number 6? Anyone here to speak in opposition?
I am right confused because you got the bottle shop lawyer wanting to rezone, and rezoning on the new code doesn't allow outdoor amplified sound. I'm totally confused. So everybody here is against the outdoor amplified sound. So if rezoning would not allow that, I'd be for it. But why would he be for it? Because the bottle shop owner wants to play his bands. And the bottle shop is the biggest nuisance in Seagate. I live 708 feet, a solid block, away from the bottle shop. I can always hear their music on my porch. And this past Labor Day, they ran me out of my house. They had speakers above my head. And all I hear from inside my house is boom, boom, boom. And I call the law, everybody calls the law. And even this past Labor Day, I walk on Park. And I ran into a construction worker who's working on the loft apartments. He heard the bottle shop from the loft apartments on Park. And I Googled it. That's 1,600 feet away. He heard the bottle shop. But the bottle shop, there's people across Oleander I've talked to who call the law constantly that are probably 200 feet or so straight shot from their band. The issue here is their obnoxious amplified sound. It is horrible. It is absolutely horrible. And there are houses right by it on Giles that are just a couple of 100 feet. The lot, they were talking about, they built the stage illegally, and God, anyway, it's amplified sound. Con don't allow amplified sound.
Thank you. I will pause the public hearing just for a second to clear that up. The rezoning request is because the actual use is not allowed in the O&I. So they're clearing up, they would still be able to have the deck and have outdoor seating, but as Mr. Nichols said, the amplified music would not be allowed.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I can explain that. My name's Dan. I live at 111 Myrtle Avenue. I can explain that when you ask for one thing, but you're really trying to get another. The applicant said he quoted the new land development code, but previously he said he's going to go to the Board of Adjustment to try to get grandfathered into the old code, which would allow him to have outdoor music. So, you know, you can ask for one thing, but really mean another. And that's what this is all about. The amount and nature of any nuisance generated by the proposed use, including but not limited to noise, odors, vibration, and etc. That's one of the things you all get to decide. Even though it's written down, you all get to decide this. Just because you have a lawyer doesn't mean you instantly get it. I've been a resident there for 30 years, and those 30 years of homeownership in Seagate, there's never been any problems arising from this business at this location until it became an outdoor concert venue. Let's not mince words. That is what it is. When you charge per head to go listen to music, you are an outdoor concert venue. It is not needed in the neighborhood. There are 3 other bars, no matter what you call it, it's a bar, within a 1-mile radius. It does not fill a gap in services. The illegal operation has thus far garnered many complaints by multiple residents, calls to the police, tickets, and notices by zoning. It was created purposely, a noise nuisance with amplified music in order to advertise business. Now, the reason I say that is because I went there very civilly the first time when it started and asked them to please just turn down the bass. And my reply I got was, I can't do business unless I have this loud music. That's advertising, which is against the current noise ordinance anyway. It has flaunted any type of parking proceeding quota required by zoning. It has created an unhealthy, unsanitary, and unsightly nuisance with the line of porta potties it employs during its outdoor concerts, placed in the few parking spots that there are there. Holding concerts for pay is not, in my definition, a bar or a bottle shop. It has made the neighborhood unsafe to walk or bike ride. It is located 200 feet from the Cross City bike path, with the inebriated drivers searching for shoulder parking anywhere they can, people's yards, bike paths, walking paths, etc. Now, this is right next to a cross-city bike path. You know, we're talking about O&I, but there's reasons behind everything. Who would care? It's been like that. It's been split there for what, 50 years? Nobody's cared until they wanted to play outdoor music, and that's what this all comes down to. My house, man, I remodeled my house. My house is well insulated, has multiple buildings and tree growths between it. I have argon-filled double-pane windows. I'm about 700 feet away, 800 feet away. I have to listen to it with noise-canceling headphones on in my house because the thumping comes straight through. Their speakers are way up. When you complain, the police say call zoning. Zoning says call the police. Where's the relief? Where do we get any kind of relief here? The excuse that they didn't know what was going on, breaking zone ordinances, does not fly. It's their responsibility to investigate as business owners. The city is not here to use taxpayers' money to guarantee their business. The excuse that it uses charity and fundraisers to have these concerts does not fly. It's just that, an excuse. Hell, I used that excuse back in the early 2000s to hold the first nude photography art show in Wilmington. I used the excuse. We sent some money to the animal shelter. We got what we wanted because we did that. All this might sound very foreign and inconceivable until you live with it. Come try it for a weekend. Complain and have the music maliciously turned up even higher. See what it does to your health and the health of your family. See what it is like to live in dread of the weekend after a week of work when your home is supposed to be a safe harbor that you have worked for 30 years. Once again, we're talking about an O&I rezoning, but there's a lot behind it. There's a lot more underneath this. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and there is a reason for this request. It's not just to make the piece of the puzzle fit. There is intent behind this, and the intent is to manipulate it to have outdoor music concert venues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Just information, Darrell Nestor, 101 Siebel Avenue. A little bit of background on the property itself. I'm a retired police officer, City of Wilmington, and I got an in with 911 Center. So I did a call for service out there, and I did not run every address, which is what I should have. I just ran basic 911 calls. And in a 58-day period, there were 18 calls for service out there regarding the noise. And yes, the business owner did quit the outdoor music. And the reason he did that is because the City of Wilmington issued a cease and desist order against that business to make sure he did so. With the new code, I get it, didn't know about the new code, about if they do rezone, there cannot be outside amplified music. That's fantastic. But we still have to worry about is the parking. The property does not have that much parking on it. I have a niece that lives on Giles, which is directly behind Siebel, and they have had to put poles in their yard to keep people from parking in their yard. So it's not just a noise thing, we have a parking issue also. She makes a comment that if fire rescue had to get to her house, they would not be able to because the road was just blocked, which is, unless you put the lines on the road or put the signs there, there's no violation as far as the city's concerned, or state code. So with that in mind, and she's another one about the music, she has a young daughter, and she can't put her daughter to bed at night. Her daughter's out playing at 10 o'clock because there's no reason to try to put her to bed because she can't sleep. But again, hopefully the change in the code would take care of the outdoor music, but we still have the parking problem, which also is what I was afraid of on Siebel Avenue with what you approved earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
The bottle shop was cited on June 15th and continued having events to the end of October. If you would look at the posters that they advertise on Facebook during all this music venue, they put on the poster itself, no parking. And if you look at the mob that they have in front of the bottle shop, it is elbow to elbow. And where are they standing? In their parking lot.
Anyone else to speak in opposition? Anyone else to speak on this item? All right, the public hearing is closed. Could we get Mr. Walton back up to address the parking question? And we'll have the applicant come next. Thanks. Does the rezoning change the parking requirement?
I need to go look that up. I don't know what that is. It's permitted as a retail shop, a retail bottle shop, so it's not permitted as a bar currently, but I don't know what the parking minimums and maximums are, so I need to go look that up.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll get back to you. Mr. Nichols?
As I mentioned before, we're trying to work through the issues with the city. The outdoor music has stopped. It's not allowed. I don't know how else. I understand the folks' concern. I'm not downplaying their concerns, but my client agreed with the city that the music would stop. I think it was October 30th, and has stopped it and hasn't done it since. And we understand the new code doesn't allow it, and it's not going to be allowed under CB. It's not going to be allowed under O&I. This is not some sort of subterfuge to get outdoor music. It's just not allowed. The only way it could be allowed would be if this planning commission and city council changed the code, which is always possible for the code to change at any event. But The current code effective today would not allow the outdoor amplified music on the property, and my client's not doing that. So this is to clear up a split zoning situation. Nightclub is allowed in the CB today. That was a code change, so a nightclub is allowed in that building today. And that was a code change. It wasn't previously allowed. So as Commissioner Bowman pointed out, it's not to put a new building on that little area. There's not space for that. This is not what this is about. We identified the split zoning issue. We think that it's a reasonable request to clear it up, to get it CB. We have to comply with the code. Staff recommends approval. Your comprehensive plan would recommend approval. The Seagate Small Area Plan, which is important in all the Seagate things. I recognize that. The Seagate Area Plan is in favor of what we're requesting here. And I understand the neighbors' concerns, and I mean, that Seagate neighborhood plan is something that's weighed heavily in everything that comes into Seagate, but it weighs in favor of this tonight. So, I mean, I'm glad to address the concerns that the neighbors may have. We agree we still have to work through some things with the city, but the outdoor music has stopped, and it's not allowed under the current code, and that would require a code change to address that. But my client has tried to do the best he could with the COVID situation. We're trying to work through the issues with the Board of Adjustment. I feel confident that we'll work through those. The board granted us a continuance to try to get through this as just one sort of part of trying to get to where we can have you know, a workable solution out there on the site. But we appreciate your consideration of the request, and glad to answer any questions the commission has.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bowman, this is for the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Nichols. After hearing more from the neighbors in the community, it may be more than just the sound, which is already addressed in the new code. And so I'm wondering, would your client be willing to modify the request to be a conditional zone that might allow for things like fencing between joining properties and other things that could be more enforced if it were to get out of hand again?
I don't want to say no, but I would say the property, again, 2/3 of the property is already CB, no conditions. So
Well, I'll give you an example of what could possibly slip through cracks. If it's a straight rezoning, and if I understood Christine Hughes, Ms. Hughes, in the development of the code in the zoning ordinance, if the amplified sound is in a building and there's a roll-up door, it's not outdoor amplified sound. And if there's not a conditional rezoning, it's possible that a modification of the building could be done and sort of build toward that old business plan. Not saying that it's any malintent on your part, I'm just saying it's possible, but then without any sort of checks and balances in the rezoning product. That's a little disconcerting to me after hearing from the neighbors.
I'm not aware of that interpretation that you could sort of have a.
Well, at some point, it's not outdoors, it's indoors, though there may be a wall open. And so, you know, I'd hate for, you know, the police to mobilize on a noise complaint and then not be able to understand the rules or the nuance. You know, if it's in a conditionally approved plan and you're stepping outside of your conditions, zoning can enforce per the approved conditional plan.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, certainly the noise ordinance applies. I've not thought of that scenario simply because the building really doesn't lend itself to that. It's not, the Seagate.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the inside of the building. I would hate to open up another can of worms for neighbors that have already been subjected to a lot of unnecessary and seemingly unlawful noise on a stage that wasn't permitted. And I don't think there's a good track record here to be able to ensure what might happen in the future without having some rules.
Well, all I can say is there is no outdoor amplified music. It's stopped since October 30th. There's not going to be any. The code doesn't allow it. It's just that straightforward.
Well, for example, if the new code allows for a nightclub in a building and you have the music amplified in the building, which almost always runs with a nightclub, and you open up a roll-up door or something to that effect, then what is the ruling on that? My understanding from Christine Hughes in the development of the code, that would be a permitted use, and I don't want to open up the possibility of being a general rezoning to that kind of possibility.
I understand the point. The point's well made, but we could do that today. I mean, the building, except for, I think, maybe the decking, the structure itself, what you would call the indoor area, is CB. So today, he can do a nightclub there, and if I would contend he's not allowed to do what you're suggesting. I don't think that's the.
Well, I can't speak for certainty, but I think, a fence and some other things, it seems like portable toilets in the parking lot, taking up parking spaces and not having parking spaces used for parking when used for people. I mean, there's some things there that there would be no teeth for zoning officers to enforce as a straight rezoning, at least on that one parcel. I know you're not going for the whole parcel.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I don't want to take up the entire discussion. No. My colleagues have opportunity to speak to this point.
But I would say the entire heated square footage of the building is CB. And what the scenario you proposed could take place, I don't think that scenario is allowed. But if it was, it could happen now. I mean, you could play music in there, and again, a nightclub is allowed to, as of today, in the CB. The building, the heated, all that's in CB now without any conditions. That's not the intent. The building's not set up that way. That's not. I do understand the concern.
Well, it may not be something that we can resolve in this meeting. It may be worth Mr. Satterfield considering possible future clarifications if it is not clear for other matters.
But I don't want to give the impression that because that scenario you presented, hadn't even occurred to me. That's not the intent here. That building would not work for that. I don't see how you could make that work with this building the way it is. But that's not. There's no design to do that.
But if there is no, all right, I'll give you a different scenario. I mean, if there is no, if it's a straight rezoning and it's not conditional, then you can do a building expansion up to what we learned was a 10-foot setback from right-of-way. You could do a building expansion and put a, music hall on the end of that within a building that could have an open wall. I don't know. Mr. Satterfield, do you have any insight into this definition of inside-outside amplified music?
If I may say before I get, I would say the square footage allowance for a nightclub, it wouldn't allow that. You're limited.
Okay.
You're limited to 2,000 square feet. So we're.
I see. That may be a valid point. Mr.
Yeah. So that wouldn't happen. I mean, we're right at that probably now. So again, half that building is office space. It's not Seagate Bottle Shop. The Seagate Bottle Shop itself is not that big, but the nightclub limitations. I think it's 2,000 square feet. So we can't expand the nightclub, and it's just not allowed. Nightclub sounds like an outdated term in so many ways to me. It's a bottle shop. It sells wine and beer and hot sauce. It's not, maybe nightclub sort of maybe not the right term, but that's what's used in the code, nightclub, so, yeah.
Commissioner Lennon?
Respectfully, I know it's a bottle shop, but it's been more than that, which is part of what's gotten us to this point and creating the problems. Can you go back to slide 5, please?
Of my slide?
Sure, yes. Okay, so all that in red is CB.
Yes.
And I can put a nightclub anywhere on that strip.
If you meet the 2,000 square feet and the other requirements. Yes, you can.
Today?
As of December 1,
Going through this process?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
And thank you for that. I think we're getting out ahead of ourselves here on a business model that doesn't have a good history and that we don't like versus a rezoning request, which to me is pretty black and white. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions? What's the will of the commission? Commissioner Lennon?
Madam Chair, on agenda item number 6, rezone a portion of 6005 Oleander Drive from O&I to CB. Move for approval. This request is consistent with the objectives and policies of the following plans adopted by the City of Wilmington: the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan and the Seagate Neighborhood Plan. Planning Commission considers its approval to be reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed CB district would allow for the existing use to expand and allow redevelopment of the site that is generally more consistent and compatible with the existing development pattern along Oleander Drive and the surrounding area.
Thank you. Commissioner Lennon has moved to approve agenda item number 6. Do we have a second? Commissioner Sharp?
I'm sorry. I'll second.
Okay, we'll take our vote. Commissioner Bowman?
I think I'm satisfied with the 2,000-foot max limit. I'll be an aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Goins? Commissioner Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyle? Aye. Commissioner Pollock?
No.
Commissioner Sharp?
Aye.
And Commissioner Woodruff?
I would agree. I think this is pretty straightforward zoning. I do think that the neighbors have some complaints, but I don't think that's before us or part of what we do. So I vote aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you. All right. We're on agenda item number 7, which is items from the commission. And the vice chair has recently rolled off. Her term was up, and I'm the chair, and the chairmanship is a 1-year term, and that is up. So we will be holding elections for both of those offices. And we'll start with chair. And are there any nominations for the chair position? Commissioner Lennon?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate you to continue in the role of chair.
And I second.
Thank you. Didn't make it look easy tonight, did I? No one's going to fight me on that tonight. Okay, so we'll take our vote. Are there any other nominations? So let's make sure. Okay, so there's no other nominations, so we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. And we'll move on to vice chair. Nominations for vice chair.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Bowman?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Lennon. And I'd like to maybe remind my fellow commissioners, my term is up in September, and so I think I'll save this position for one of the newer people.
We have a second? Commissioner Sharp, second. And are there any other nominations?
I move the nominations be closed.
Thank you. And we will take a voice vote. All in favor of Commissioner Lennon as the vice chair?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have our new chair and vice chair. Thank you for your continued trust, and thank you, Commissioner Lennon, for your willingness to serve. Anything else from the commission? Commissioner Sharp?
It's come to our attention that there's some confusion on citizen notification. And I believe the citizens truly feel that they're not getting adequate information in time. And I'm wondering whether staff could pursue whether there is a way of better reaching out to our citizens so that they have more faith in our system. And this is a request. I don't know what there's time or space for that, but we've heard a number of times a kind of a breakdown in the existing arrangements. So
I would just add to it, I think your point is well taken, but I think there's a dual responsibility on the part of this. I would absolutely encourage the staff to take the learning away from this discussion tonight, but on the other side, this part of that is the staff needs to encourage the applicants that I believe they own a responsibility as well.
But I'm asking the whole process.
Right.
Can we look at it? I mean, this is the essence of democracy in the process.
Sure, we have no issues with making our processes more transparent, more efficient, et cetera. What I would like to remind, I actually had written down some notes, just depending on how much time we have, but I just want a couple of things that it's similar, it's consistent with what you're saying, Mr. Sharp. New Land Development Code went into effect today. As a result of that, we are in the process and hope to get posted soon on our website a user guide of our land development code. It's under the review now, so it'll be posted kind of side by side so the citizen can look like, how do I use the new code? We're also updating our applications and forms that will be, they may have already, some of them may be live already. We've changed our signage. You may recall in our conversation through the process, we are providing signs to an applicant, and the applicants are posting their signs. The signs we have bought are almost twice the size of the previous signs we were using, which were already 6 square feet in size, and they are color-coded. So a green sign is for a legislative hearing, like the green signs are the quasi-judicial evidentiary hearings that would go to our Board of Adjustment, our Historic Preservation Commission, Special Use Permit City Council. A yellow sign is the legislative hearing like we had tonight. Another improvement to the process, we think, to get the public involved quicker and sooner in the process is conditional district rezonings and special use permits. We do, and we've continued to require that community meeting, but we're requiring it before they submit their application to the city to go through the process to get it consistent with the county. We do notify or require notification of everyone within 300 feet of the subject property to be rezoned or going through that entitlement process. Just a reminder, adjacent is all that the statutes require. We have to use the data that's most recent on this, on New Hanover, listed in New Hanover County tax records. So if there is, sometimes an address hasn't been changed, if it's not registered on New Hanover County's tax records, we don't know that. So we have to rely on the New Hanover County tax records per state law, and that's what we believe we use when we're providing the information. In that case earlier, there was some debate on whether someone was notified or not. We can always evaluate our processes, though. We did that through our land development code rewrite, and we believe we made some improvements to it. Let's see if they're working. If they're not, we can evaluate it again, always go through an amendment process. Due to the pandemic, we have the ability for, and you've mentioned this several times tonight, the ability for people now to provide comments online before the meeting, so they knew about it somehow. We got a lot of comments on the cases that we had today. So I'm not saying that, I think earlier you said perception is a reality until it changes. I agree 100% with that. So there is some perception of something's not working. But if we cut it off at 300 feet, that person at 310 feet complains because they didn't get the notice. If we go to 400 feet, then the person at 405 feet complains that they didn't get the notice, and so forth and so forth and so forth. So we try to do something that's manageable. We are more than what state law requires. But obviously we can evaluate the processes.
Well, and in defense of staff, to be quite honest with you, it is highly conceivable that, that notices were sent to the owner of the property in the case where there's a renter. That owner has as much obligation to notify the renter.
Right.
Or show up themselves.
Right, and by the way, I forgot about this until I just remembered till you mentioned that.
Yeah.
With the new conditional district process and the special use permit process, we are requiring a sign to be posted on the property as well as the notices being sent out. And this is prior to the application being submitted to the city for review. So if I can use you as an example, if you were going through one of these processes on property you own, Mr. Lennon, he would have to post a sign on the property as well as notify everyone within 300 feet of the community meeting that you're holding for your property. That picks up the renters, that picks up the folks who lives around there and not just the property owners.
I'm gratified to know you're working on this. Mine was not criticism.
No, I understand that.
I just think it's good to look at ourselves, see if we're doing our best efforts.
Yep, and I want to take this as an opportunity to just explain it to the public.
I think that's great. Thank you.
That may be hanging on or watch it later, so.
Mr. Satterfield, didn't we change the rules to require the public meeting before application?
Yes, sir.
So we've moved the timeline up 30 days or so, or some period of time. Because often I hear, we didn't hear about it till just Thursday. You add 3 or 4 weeks to that, and there's enough processing time to react, I think. That's also a benefit.
Yes, sir. I did allude to that just a minute ago, but the community meeting for a conditional district rezoning or special use permit is required before they submit the application to the city to go through that entitlement process. So that does extend the time frame that the community knows about it. They're not hearing it for the first time when they receive our letter in the mail.
Right. That's good.
Commissioner Lennon?
This is completely unrelated, and I asked this question of a couple staff people. One of the things that jumped out at me on the Oleander project was the 15-year limitation on workforce housing. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that that's what's in the code. And Mr. Chambers, we kind of talked about where that might have come from. I know it's not in this board's purview, but maybe to pass the word along, why put a time limit on the workforce housing component?
It can certainly be longer than 15 years.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, and with this applicant, it wasn't the time to bring it up, in my opinion, but as a global issue, if we're going to promote workforce housing, then
it's a minimum of 15 years. There was, when the conditional district, commercial district mixed use changes occurred in 2020.
Right.
Staff's initial proposal was 10 years. We got a recommendation from the Planning Commission, was going to council. Council actually said, hey, let's have a joint work session. And I know you weren't on the board commission then. I believe, Al, you were. I believe everyone, maybe but you and Winslow weren't. And obviously Jack. During that work session, joint session, the 15 years got put out there. It went to council at their public hearing the week later, so it was a meeting kind of in between. And council then, after hearing the information from the joint discussion of work session, as well as hearing from the public, their decision, they actually changed the ordinance to say 15 years. So it's a minimum of 15, it's not an absolute 15. But it has to be at least for 15. So there was quite a bit of discussion on that time frame.
Okay.
And there's some tax relief requirements that reinforce that. So
Oh, yeah.
it needs to be worked both ways.
But Brian and I talked about it yesterday, that's the question you had, and I actually today went through the minutes just to remind myself and how everything occurred, so.
We got more than was originally conceived, right? 15 versus 10.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to the staff for getting me ready, on a very quickly pulled together meeting Monday, and I will apologize to my fellow commissioners if they got me too ready, and I will apologize if I kept us here longer than needed. So, but again, thanks to the team, I appreciate it.
And on behalf of staff, we welcome you to the commission.
Yeah, welcome, we're happy to have you.
Are there any other questions?
No.
Anything else? Anything else from the commission?
I move we
Anything else from
adjourn.
the staff? Let me just run through this. Anything else from the staff? We're good? Okay, fire away.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor, voice vote?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Have a great night.
I can't sit. I've been in.